Hello, good morning and welcome along to the second day of action here in week 9 of Series 4 at the MODUS Super Series at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. After 15 games, it's Welshman David Davies who tops the table. He led a bit of a charmed life, didn't he, on the opening day of action? Let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded here yesterday. It was a tough school for Robin Bager on his debut day here at the Super Series, finishing off on his Achilles heel, but he did take care of this 90 and went 4 from 5 against Van Velzen. Jenks rounded his day off with some moments of brilliance, including this 1-2-4, helping him on his way to 4 points. Jelle Klaassen lacked consistency yesterday, but thanks to finishing like this, is still in the hunt after day 1. Chris Landman started slowly, losing his first 2 games, but then showed glimpses of the form that has seen him reach the final of a Players' Championship event in 2023 to end the day strongly. Van Velzen rode his luck at times, but sits on 6 points heading into day 2. But it's Welshman David Davies who sits top. He was also fortunate at times yesterday and needs to up his scoring today to remain in top spot. Yeah, David Davies won 4 of his 5 matches yesterday. We can see confirmation of that when we look at the Group A table. With 15 games played already, you can see the ADC qualifiers sat 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the league standings. But you expect on move-in day there will be quite a change in that league table after today's action. Jelle Klaassen and Andy Jenkins sat 4th and 5th. Chris Landman sat 2nd. He lost his opening 2 games yesterday before showing an improved level of performance, and that's why he's currently sat on 6 points, along with Johan Van Velzen, who started the day very strongly with victories over Landman, Klaassen and Andy Jenkins. But you have to say he was slightly fortunate with those victories because those 3 players weren't quite at their best when he was taking them on. Now, David Davies is sat top of the league standings after the first day of action. We can hear from him now. I caught up with him a little earlier on. So, David, sat top of the league standings after the first day of action. How do you reflect on your first 5 games?
I think I rode my luck a little bit with missed opportunities from the other players. I took my chance, and that's what darts is about. So I'm looking forward to today, and I'm hoping that I'm top of the table at the end of the day. Yeah,
and if you were to be super critical of your performances yesterday, what aspects do you feel need to be better today?
My scoring. I was dropping low of the treble 20. That's not like me at all. But my doubles pulled me out of the trouble, so I'm hoping to kick on with the scoring today and my doubles stay the same.
And of course, it is your 3rd time here at the Super Series. Qualifying for finals night is the priority. Are you the type of player, though, that would benefit from having 2 days off, qualifying via Group A, or would you prefer to play the full week and then go into finals night?
I think I'd like to play every day, just to keep my hand-arm in contact with it. So don't get me wrong, I'd love to finish top of the group, and then that'll send a statement to the other players for the rest of the week.
And of course, narrowly missed out on finals night in your first visit here. Then things didn't quite go your way in the second time around. Do you feel like you're settling in to the MODUS Super Series challenge now?
Yeah, definitely. The first time I lost out by leg difference, which is a massive kick, really. The second time, not really sure what happened there. I felt comfortable, just better darts on the day, really. And now I'm going to go on further and make finals night this weekend.
Absolutely, and I'm sure you've got your best mate Mark Webb still watching along, have you?
Well, I hope so. He sent me a message last night saying kick on again today. So, yeah, it's always nice to have someone like Mark in your corner.
Pub luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good to see David Davies full of confidence coming into the second day of Group A action. Really interesting as well. I want to pick up on what he said there. He would rather play all 5 days before going into finals night. That is something a lot of players are starting to consider now, isn't it? Because it can backfire when you qualify via Group A.
Yeah, we've seen so many great players dominate. One here today in Chris Landman, who looked irresistible in a Group A. Barry Van Peer, prior to taking his place in Champions Week, found the same thing. I think the 2 days away, everybody else is still involved in that pressure cooker environment, and they're far more settled on the Saturday night. Some it works for, some it doesn't. Yella, for example, he played beautifully in Group A a while ago. And didn't quite work out for him on the Saturday. I think you can get a little bit cold and a little bit disassociated from that whole environment. So yeah, some it suits, some it doesn't.
And just a word on Robin Bager as well. He is bottom of the league standings as things stand, but a really important victory in his final game. Went 4 out of 5 on the outer ring as well. Really impressive given how his day had gone previously. How do you reflect on what he did and what he said to you afterwards as well? Because I know you had a little word with him.
Yeah, I mean, he looked very good in his opening match and then just sort of lost his way, and it was getting everything right. He looked very good in the scoring element of stages in matches, and then lost his way on the doubles. And in the final match of the day, he combined all those elements and played very well and got a very good win. And yeah, I wanted to know why he'd sort of gone missing, but he went to Finland for his studies, and he was over there for about 6 months, and you know, he's not played that much darts, only sort of now getting back into the swing of things. And yeah, I was impressed by him. Very, very intelligent young man, level-headed, quite laid back about the whole thing, and said, look, I'm just going to get better each day, and that's my plan.
Absolutely. Right then, let's have a look at the odds for Group A. Now, there have been a few changes in the market. David Davis coming into 7-1 now, but perhaps unsurprising, Chris Landman is still the favourite, especially the way he ended yesterday.
Yeah, I think those top three could all make a bit of a move today, especially Chris Landman. Didn't play very well in his opening 2 games, took a bit of a time to settle, really. But once he had settled, didn't he play well in this final 3 matches? And I expect him to continue that on today. So it'll be down to Yella and Andy just to sort of stick with him and make it competitive at the other end of the table. I thought David Davis just did everything he needed to do yesterday. He was given opportunities, and he took every one of them and said, thank you very much. I thought Johan van Velzen may have sort of, as you mentioned, lived a bit of a charmed life yesterday. Got away with a few, and I think we're going to see a better performance today from Robin as well. But he may have left himself a bit too much to do, unless he has a day like David Davis did yesterday.
Yeah, Landman and Klaasen, you kind of expect them to play more consistently at a higher level, and I think it's largely down to whether the likes of David Davis can raise their game enough. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think we saw from Andy Jenkins yesterday in the opening match. He's playing very well at the moment. He averaged near on 97 and looked comfortable doing it. And our first matchup today is Klaasen and Andy Jenkins. So it's yeah, this is a big game to start the day, and Andy just got the better of Yella 4-3 in last night's game. So yeah, this opening game is going to be important to see how the day pans out.
Yeah, aided by a cracking 1-2-4 out in that match yesterday as well. Let's have a look then at the bet builder for today. Talk us through these selections. Return 4-1 yet again. Yeah,
these are the most popular bets on the exchanges right now, and Jenkins versus Landman minus 1.5 at 4-5. Beger against Davis, total legs over 5.5. When you actually put their numbers together, they're very even in terms of their running averages for the day. Van Velzen versus Beger, player 180 is Van Velzen over 0.5. So just for Van Velzen to hit 180 or more, pays just over 4-1.
And just quickly then, before we get into our first game of this morning session, who do you think is going to end move-in day top of the table?
On what I seen yesterday, I think Landman. Well, I'd like to say it could be the top 3 in the betting, Landman, Klaasen and Andy Jenkins. I think one of those 3 are going to make a real big move today. Right
then, let's see how today pans out and get the action underway. First up, we've got Jelle Klaasen taking on Andy Jenkins.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series. We're on Series 4, Week 9, and this is Day 2 of Group A. And what an opening match we have for you here. Jelle Klaasen. We find it hard to believe he's still only 38. He's been around such a long time. And we have Andy Jenkins taking him on. A 52-year-old local man from Cosham.
First leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
Both
game on.
Well aware of each other in the darting world, and we have our referee today, Justin Bradshaw.
180.
And what a start from Klaasen. Straight in with a 180.
100.
From Klaasen to start, and wow, is that going to be the way it goes today? Are we going to have a high-scoring day? Here comes Jenkins back at him, 180 as well.
180.
Well, I was walking down the stairs, Scott, and I just instantly heard the scream of 180.
139.
So it's Klassen and Jenkins both finding a max in the opening leg of the day. Let's hope that's
100.
an indication
Yellow require
of
42.
how this day is going to go.
Game shot in the first leg.
Wow.
Yellow Klassen.
Oh, is that a bit of a statement of intent?
Second leg is Andy to throw first. Game on.
I know he was desperately disappointed with his performance levels yesterday, as was this man.
140.
You feel that when you start going
58.
on a game like this, you get your day underway. If you can win one of these, it really sets you up because it's against one of the bigger players, and the time to get them's first game, isn't it?
Absolutely. And what it does to you mentally and your
58.
approach to the day, you come off the back of a really big performance. For one, it lets everyone else know in that practice room that I'm ready. And just for your own
43.
mindset.
And then there's on the other hand, it's lots of players don't like playing first.
136.
And opening the show. So
No, I'm not even a fan of a league game on a Thursday night of going on first. I had to do it the other week. I wasn't a happy bunny. But it was a strategic position to put me in.
121.
yeah. For me, I don't mind. It doesn't worry me at all. Another 180 from Klassen. He really
and he
is
required
on it
57.
Well, I'm not sure if it's the same, but let's just watch this go in
Game
for a
shot in the second
14
leg.
darter.
Andy Jenkins.
Not a flicker from Andy Jenkins, but we used to have, sort of back playing Super League, we'd have specialists, so you'd have
Third leg is
players
yellow
that would
to
go
throw
on last
first.
and players
Game
that would go
on.
on first. And they were always known for going on first. So
140.
yeah, they sort of loved that position where I'm like, even at county, I prefer around 8, 9 or 10.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, for
93.
me, I suppose I play most of my league games as number one. So,
Right. Oh, right.
I drive
97.
everybody and whatever. So I just go on number one. It's no problem with me. I think if you go on number one and you lose, there's no problem. The rest of them behind you, the game's not over when you've lost at number one. And I've already that in my head.
84.
So
Yeah, it takes the pressure off.
yeah. And obviously, some leagues they're drawn, and you just got to go where you got to go.
Well,
60.
I was a bit. I mean, I actually did. I went on first and played probably the best I played all season. I won him. It's only best of 3, but I won him 15 and 13. And I said to my captain, "Don't get any ideas
97.
of putting me here too often."
Yeah, don't start my nights being over before 9:15 too often. Yeah.
And then I got the miseries all night.
134.
This is absolutely a barn burner, this one.
From both.
It is.
99.
Both are playing
Yellow, you require
really,
70.
really spectacularly here.
Oh,
45.
wait a dart.
Andy, you require
Absolutely perfect. It was
128.
plump. Got to go treble 18. The single leaves 110. Oh, that's a disaster.
128 is one of those funny numbers, isn't it? It's
Well, it's like the 129, isn't it? I know it sounds bizarre,
72.
but
Yellow,
sometimes you
require
prefer not to
25.
hit the treble. Because if you hit the treble, you've got to stay there, and there's already a dart in the
21.
target, or you've got to shift all the way
Andy,
over
you
the other side
require
of the board.
56.
chance for Jenkins here. Big break.
Yeah, this is massive.
Game shot in the third leg.
And what a
Andy
dart that is
Jenkins.
too from Andy Jenkins. He won this fixture last game yesterday.
Fourth leg is Andy to throw
4-3.
first. Game on.
Yeah, it was a really competitive match. I mean, you won't be surprised that both players averaging well in excess of the 100.
100.
Some game to start our day.
Strange there, where you just put the graphic up and
80.
he's averaging 100, and he hit 100, and the average dropped because he
Yeah,
was running a 101.
I always say, you know when you're playing well, when a player hits a
46.
ton and your average comes down.
Yeah, not a bad shout, that. Not a bad shout. Yellow looks far more comfortable today
100.
than he did yesterday already, in my opinion.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Looks in control of each and every element.
99.
As does this man. But he started like this yesterday and then went missing for 3 matches. And then, as you've already rightly mentioned,
140.
beat Yellow 4-3 in the final match of the day.
Well, I think because there was a couple of those middle matches where he would have had himself down as favourite to win, and I think that was probably him putting pressure on himself, Andy, if
100.
I'm honest.
Couldn't agree more.
134. Andy require 156.
Some response from Klassen.
And it's against the throw as well.
Yeah, it's a instant reaction to being
80.
broke. He's
Yellow
straight
require
back.
47.
The Dutch do this. They're
Game
they're
shot
very
and full
mentally
flag.
strong at
Yellow
this type of
Klassen.
thing. I remember on the Pro Tours, I chatted with Dirk van Dijvenbode when he beat me, and I got the bull off him.
Fifth leg is
He
yellow
said,
to
"It was no
throw
problem."
first.
I
Game
said,
on.
"What do you mean?" I was so chuffed I'd got the bull off him, and he said, "It's no problem. I'll just break your first leg. No problem." he did.
96.
And he said that to me after. He said, "I wasn't worried about." He said, "I don't worry about whether I win the bull or not."
Yeah,
He said, "Because I'm just so confident I can break you in one of my 3
82.
goes."
yeah, in Phil's absolute pomp, he would give the ball away. And because he knew that if he
96.
was going to get to you, it was in the early stages where everybody's edgy. And he wasn't. And he'd just literally jump all over you.
140.
Comes Jenks again. He seems to be better against the throw this morning so far.
96.
Needs another couple of troubles here.
60.
He decided to stay up because it looked like he wasn't going to miss. Oh, wow.
139.
Well, Jenks is dipped slightly down to 96.42, but Klassen up to 105.58.
99. Yellow requires 74.
9, double 16.
42. Andy
Well,
require
Andy produced a beautiful
120.
1-2-4 yesterday, didn't he, in this match?
Oh, that's beautiful in the right place. Out of the way. He's going to have to move. Oh, what a
100.
great camera angle that
Yellow
is.
require 32.
Underneath it. A little way this time, but yeah, Klassen now
No score.
fluffs his lines.
Yep.
Andy require 20.
That's one element of his game that is a bit of an Achilles heel. Not necessarily when he's got 3 in hand. One left in a combination shot. It's when he's got 3.
Game
Ooh,
shot on the
that'll-
fifth leg.
Ooh.
Andy Jenkins.
So it's Jenks with the 3rd consecutive break of throw, and now he has the
Sixth leg is
serve
Andy to throw first. Game
to get
on.
it done.
Yellow showed no emotion there until Andy's back was to him, and then it was like a little head shake there to say,
60.
But
"I'll
very
let that
smart.
go a bit." Yeah, very smart. Yeah.
Because if you know you're getting to someone, you feed off that, don't you? You turn their negative
100.
energy into a positive, and you think, "Oh, I got you here, son."
If you're one of those that gives it a bit every time you hit a ton, and
60.
you encourage the other player to play well against you. When you then stop it in those tons and you don't do that encouragement, even if you do nothing, you then pick up on that as a
100.
good opponent and go, "Yeah, I'm getting you. I'm getting you."
Yeah, when you see the reaction and frustration and head shaking, which
47.
I was guilty of all of the above, you just give too much away.
I try and explain
100.
it. I'm an ambassador at the Andover Youth Academy, and I try to explain that to them at times, that you mustn't give too much away. You've got to walk up and take your darts out the board when you hit a 180,
35.
exactly the same as you do when you hit a 26.
Spot on.
134.
Yeah, Andy here. He's had 4 visits to the board and yet to find
60.
a big treble.
Yellow requires 67. 63.
Just 2 from 11 on the doubles class, and he's missed 9. And he's still averaging 98.76. The scoring power from Klassen in this
59.
game has been
Yellow require
outstanding.
4.
In this leg, Andy Jenkins has just
Game shot on the 6th
dropped
leg.
off
Yellow
the cliff,
class.
hasn't he?
Yep. So, as we did in last night's final game between these two,
7th
we
and
go to
final
a
leg is
decider.
yellow to throw
It was
first.
Jenks
Game
who
on.
had the darts. Not that that seems to count for anything in this match, because we've now had 2 holes to
96.
throw, legs 1 and 2, followed by 4 breaks.
Yeah, it pretty much went with throw yesterday, didn't it?
Yep.
100.
Make him feel a little bit better.
58.
He'd have had a couple of those in the last leg at the start, and that would have put Yellow under all sorts of pressure because Andy had the throw, but he wasn't able to do that. He seems to have now composed himself again.
140.
Oh, and then that one usually drops it down. You start thinking your luck's in, don't you?
Yeah.
77.
He's stolen the throw. Are we going to get a 5th break of throw? That's awkward. Having to find a
41.
small adjustment. I think there was a case there, Scott, to
Come
maybe,
out.
yeah, run for
Yeah.
cover.
60.
Same there with
yeah.
Yellow, I think.
The thing you notice with Yellow as well, that there's a lot more movement when he's under the pump. That's another great
140.
140.
Which he is now. He is right under the pump now.
100.
He's 3
And
from
you
7
require
on the
80.
doubles. Andy Jenkins. He'd love to do this 80 and 2 to make the perfect start to
Game
day 2.
shot.
And Andy
And a match.
Jenkins,
Andy Jenkins.
with a 14 dart break of throw of what was an enthralling encounter between these 2 players. And it's Andy who gets the spoils. He moves on to 6 points with Johan van Velzen and Chris Lammond. And we're going to see van Velzen up next against Robin Beeger.
Robin Bager and Johan van Velzen next up this morning. The Germans won victory yesterday coming in this particular fixture, and he did so with an impressive 94 average and 4 out of 5 on the doubles, an area where he troubled in earlier games yesterday. But you feel that first win will really help to settle him. Can he do the double over Van Velzen, or will Van Velzen join Davis on 8 points? Let's find out with Mason Mitchell.
Thanks, Abby. Well, they go 5-6, each of 2 for this tie. I was impressed with his final match of the day, where he picked up his first win, because it was a torrid time on debut. Both players
First
on
leg is
debut
Johan to
here,
throw
of course.
first. Game on.
Here's Johan with the honour, and he played okay yesterday. He was steady away.
100. $57.
Yeah, Robin, I saw he came in this morning drinking a health drink and his nice little mug and beaker, and
60.
bought a few sachets of it in, and that's what he drinks for today. He's keeps his mind on what he needs to be doing.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's something that,
100.
as dart players, we sort of tend to take for granted, but of course, food is not just
41.
relating to your energy levels, it's also your brain function.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was telling me. And
100.
he functions better on this juice drink. I suppose others function better on other types of drink.
60.
It's fair to be said.
Well,
But,
orange juice in my vodka is a juice, isn't it?
well, it kind of is, but yeah.
How darts has changed.
60.
And I think we're going to see this more, Mace.
You
As
certainly
time
see it
goes
more
on.
with the European players. They already understand the importance
45.
of nutrition across the course of a long day, and this is very much a long day. And of course, he's not this year. Last year, he played in the German Super League, which is a very similar event to this. In fact, I think they play
80.
8 or 10 matches a day. It's really full on. So he'd have learnt so much from that in terms of keeping the energy levels
83.
up and
Robin, you require 104.
all the nutrients you need to function at your optimum level.
We used to watch it in the old
64.
BDO days, where you'd
Yeah,
get to
and
the
you
end of the
require
day and you'd look at the
112.
average in the final and go, how's he done it for that? And we'd forgotten he just played the final at 11 o'clock at night,
Yeah.
and he was on a prelim at 9:30 in the
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah, same thing. When I won the Scottish Open, I played my first game at 9:30.
60.
I got on stage
Robin, you
at
require
10:30 at
40.
night. I couldn't stay awake that long nowadays, Scott.
No, not without eating. 'Cause I mentioned yesterday, I'm not one that can eat while I'm
No
playing.
score.
I don't, it's
Johan,
not
you
something
require
I
52.
tried sort of having a banana part way through the day, and next thing you know, you get knocked out before you get to your banana. So that was messing me up
Game
as
shot on
well.
the first leg. Johan van Velzen.
It was a
Second leg
horrendous
is Robin to
throw,
throw
but
first. Game
only
on.
down to 4 missed darts. Had a double from Robin.
$43.
He's currently doing a business degree and spent 6 months in Finland.
100.
Beautiful part of the world. I'm sure you've been over there for the Finnish Open, Scott.
100.
Yeah, I have. It was quite late in the year, or it was early in February. I remember I went once with the Cannonball Paul
85.
Carter, and everywhere outside was frozen. It was like minus 25 in the evening to wander out.
Hardly
and
gets light.
trying to find a burger and stuff. We were hardly gets light. It was crazy.
134.
But yeah, really good experience. They
Yeah.
run a good show over there.
Beautiful country. Absolutely stunning.
I can see why they're all ski
80.
jumpers.
I know the Scandinavians in the whole of their speedway, of course. Is it popular in
57.
Finland, speedway?
Not so much so.
Well, they do
No.
the ice thing, don't they?
Yeah, they do ice speedway. Yeah, ice speedway with the big spikes and stuff. That is crazy mad. But I
68.
think that they do that in
Robin, you
Holland as well.
require
I used to do it in
167.
Holland. At the Bontewever when they had an ice rink at the
Oh,
Bontewever
wow.
where they used to hold the Dutch Open. But I think a
didn't
couple
know
of years
that.
ago they took the ice rink
95.
out, the upkeep and the cost of having it. But yeah, they used to have a world championship round there for ice speedway.
I mean, speedway's full on bonkers anyway. All that horsepower,
140.
no brakes, one gear.
Robin, you
And
require
then, I know what
72.
we'll do. We'll just do it on ice. It's not dangerous enough anyway. Let's just do it on ice.
Yeah, with 4-inch spikes on the tyres. Yeah. They do have guards on the tyres, but obviously the place where the tyres actually touch the floor cannot have guards on. So those are the places that hit you when you fall off.
44. Johan, you require 28.
Both on double 14, and for Johan,
Game
it's
shot in
a
the second
16
leg.
dart breaker
Johan
throw, a
van
much better
Velzen.
leg than leg one.
And it's the direction that he goes, actually. I noticed it a couple of times
Yes.
yesterday that he had
Third leg is
85 and
Johan
went
to
that
throw
way.
first. Game on.
57
Yep.
for double 14. It's a way I like going, actually. I do
Yeah,
like going that way.
I've just started on 70, trying the 42-28, and I'll say I don't mind it at all. I think for a right-hander, that side of the board is just
41.
more natural.
And even having to come out to double seven's not a real big pain because it's right next door to double 16.
Exactly.
Again, something you would have never
43.
seen years ago. You know, those
Treble 10
directions.
tops.
Absolutely.
Even 54 double 8 wasn't a particularly popular route, was it?
And a 17-year-old, if you went any other way, you got your hand slapped by the
25.
captain and you were told to do as you told or he wasn't
Yeah.
going to play you next week.
Yep. You imagine years ago on 303 starting on 19, they'd have looked at you like
96.
you were gone bonkers.
Absolutely. Absolutely. When you think back of it, yeah, that's right.
93.
Yeah, very good. One of my first captains was a milkman, so he could count. And he knew when you had bottle as well.
92.
And he made a great start yesterday in terms of his
98.
performance levels, Robin. He averaged 95.07. It was in defeat to Andy Jenkins. Maybe he's going to do the opposite today. Not start
100.
as well and then kick on.
We said
180.
this yesterday, when he
Johan,
gets
you
his
require
first start
110.
right, he is very prolific on the scoring sectors, but this is tidy. Oh, wrong side.
82.
But yeah, he does
you require
he
64.
does score well.
Yeah, he had five 180s yesterday, but lots of 140s. Double 16 to get a leg on the board.
48. Johan, you require 28. $21. Robin, you require 16.
Second chance, not something he's been offered up on too many occasions.
Game shot in the third
To
leg.
be fair,
Robin
when he has been
Baker.
offered it up towards the end of yesterday, he started winning legs.
Well, in that final match, the problem he had across the course of the day, 1 from 5 in match 1,
Fourth leg is Robin to throw first. Game on.
3 from 16 in match 2. Didn't get a dart or double against Landman, who averaged 97. No shock there. 1 from 5 again against Yella. And then in his final game, 4 from 5.
140.
And won 4-0 against his opponent here. When he
85.
puts it all together, he will be a formidable opponent.
57.
Speaks amazing English.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, very does. Yeah, I had a little chat with him earlier, and
60.
Very nice young man, has to be said.
yeah, absolutely.
$97.
Bizarrely, well, not necessarily bizarrely, but when you think about the generational gap, his idol is a certain colleague of ours, Paul
60.
Nicholson. Got a little bit of Nico about him, I suppose. Throw's not too dissimilar.
I was just about to say the same.
95.
I was just about to say the same.
Much higher elbow position for Johan van Velzen.
60.
More
Robin,
of
you
a,
require
more of a
112.
lob than a throw.
I'm not going to say anything about Nico because I got some days' work with him at the end of the week. So I agree.
56.
Whatever he says about Nico is lovely.
$45. Robin, you require 56.
Yeah, I think he's done a bit of mentoring with him by the sounds of it. Just resets himself, refocuses.
16.
He'll be back.
I do like that camera angle.
Lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it good?
$100. Robin, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth
Well,
leg.
snatchy
Robin
second
Vega.
dart, but
Chastises himself a little bit with the distance
Fifth
that he
leg
missed
is
the
Johan
tops
to
by,
throw
but that
first.
doesn't matter
Game
once you
on.
clean the game out and
Yep.
clear it up.
as long as you get that double in your turn.
95.
He's done well here from 2-0 down.
$41.
He's got a very short backswing, hasn't he, Robin? And it's quite hard to get
140.
consistency because the stop point can vary quite a lot.
92.
Yeah, that is a massive problem with a short sort of backswing.
It's very
41.
punchy, the throw, then, isn't it? Because you've got to really accelerate through to get the elevation and power required.
Yeah, that the arm speed has got to be quicker, hasn't it?
96.
Which again, in turn, it's all about regulating a throw, isn't it? So it's easy to replicate.
60.
Oh, he's left himself a bogey. He's just noticed, and won't be too much damage done.
80.
No, there isn't.
Unusual for the Dutch to do that as well. They're the most probably prolific counters in the world as a nation.
60.
Yeah, and their counting is advanced, isn't it? It's on a different level. One of the
92.
best
Johan, you
counters
require
and almost
105.
innovative in some of the ways he goes is obviously in this Group A, Jelle Klassen. Yeah, again,
77.
Scotty, you picked up on that.
Robin, you require
to leave
100.
that. Double 14. I think that's the third leg he's left it. You just hate seeing that one go in, don't you, on a ton with
40.
dart one.
Johan, you
Anywhere
require
but. Just
28.
anywhere but.
Yeah, even the treble one.
Even off the top of the board
Game
is
shot
better
on the
than a
fifth
one.
leg. Johan van
absolutely.
Velzen.
Well, it's been a low-key game so far, this one, after
Sixth leg
the
is Robin to throw first.
dramatic
Game
start
on.
to the day with Andy Jenkins getting his second 4-3 win against Klassen in our opening match. Coming up next,
99.
our final two players of this group of six. David Davis against Chris Landman. Really
100.
begun to turn on the style yesterday, Chris Lamman, in his final 3 matches, dropping just 2 legs across the final 3 matches he played.
140.
Vega sort of rushed that last start there for the 180. He was cool, calm, and collected with the first 2 in a
100.
certain rhythm, and then the last one he just felt that he had to go Speedy Gonzalez on it.
Wanted to get rid of it.
It's like he had a hot spud in his hand.
40. $81. 44.
Just lost his way a little bit here, Vega. On his throw. And Johan is needing no second invitation
100.
to turn the throw around.
And he's had opportunities, has Robin. He's had 4 more darts at a double in the match. Johan van Velzen
96. Johan, you require 120.
for the match.
So slide that one over the top, but he slid it over the top.
44.
Into the 5.
Robin, you require 82.
Vega has a big chance here to go to level things up. And that's a good dart. 17 now for double top.
42.
Good effort.
Johan, you
Wasn't
require
a million miles
76.
away. Oh, perfect first start. Well, it's
No
76. You got to get a double in this game.
Robin, you require 40.
I thought we might have gone treble 16, double 14
Yeah.
there, Johan. And then he's got the 16 if he needs it.
Game shot on the 6th flag. Robin Baker.
Johan Robin gesticulating there. That's what he should have done last time.
Yeah,
7th and
there's
final
the
leg
double.
is Johan to throw first. Game on.
Very little to separate them in terms of performance. 73.88 for Johan. 73.79.
140.
That's a great start to the leg. His third 140 of the match.
There's that problem dart again for Robin where he just doesn't
58.
quite either get the elevation so his parabolic arc as he throws drops in the right place.
Yep.
You need that first dart above.
100.
Yeah, if you're going to miss, you want to miss over.
Not quite above that far. And in the 5, but yeah, you've got to leave.
29.
His head's gone a little bit here.
Well, that's another problem with that type of throw, that you'll actually, under pressure,
57.
shorten the backswing even more. And
140.
again, the final dart is one motion. There's not that pause point.
Yeah, he doesn't pause on the backswing or the back pull like he should.
100.
Or like he does with every other dart.
Yeah.
$64. Johan, you require 104.
So, which way is he going? Is it 12 for 32?
84.
I don't think he knew where he wanted to go himself there. There was a bit of a delay, wasn't there?
Yeah. He second-guessed himself. He's acknowledging to himself when he's getting it right.
140.
That's good. If you
Johan,
know what you're
require
doing wrong,
20.
you're giving yourself half a chance. A double
Game
10
shot
is hit.
and the match, Johan van Velzen.
16 dart leg, which is the best leg of the match. It's also a 16 darter in leg 2. 76.33 the average. 4 out of 11 on the doubles, and another 2 points for Van Velzen. And he does join David Davis on top of the table, and we're going to see David Davis in our next match. He faces Chris Lamman.
Right then, the league leader David Davis and Group A favourite Chris Landman are up next to complete our first round of fixtures. Davis admitting earlier that he needs to up his scoring if he's to remain at the top of the table. As for Landman, well, he improved every aspect of his game as the day went on yesterday, didn't he? Can he finish as he started? Chris Mason and Scott Mitchell are going to guide you through the action.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, any win for Landman. And he will go top as he has a superior leg difference. And that will be mainly down to his final 3 matches yesterday, where he defeated Robin 4-0, Andy 4-0, and then this man here 4-2. Landman very much on a bit of a roll, and that was the only match that David
First leg
Davis
is David to throw first. Game on.
was defeated in yesterday. There is a massive difference in terms of level of play between the two,
80.
in terms of running averages. Hence the reason that David Davis is 11 to 4.
140.
Landman 4-1 on.
$58.
Landman started to find his feet again yesterday after a tough start.
60.
Yesterday,
Yeah, he
it
just
has to
didn't
be said.
didn't settle early on, but didn't panic. That's what I liked about him. The body language pretty much remained the same, and it was more. You could almost say he was. You could almost see it that he was just waiting.
95.
I think you mentioned it. Sort of ignite, and once he did, my goodness,
140.
he certainly went through the gears.
Yeah, I mentioned to him this morning about sponsors, and he said that
180. Chris, you require
unfortunately he
161.
has so many small ones that he can't put them all on his shirt for an event like this. So he doesn't want to upset any of them at
83.
all. So
David,
he
you
leaves them all
require
off.
88. $60.
It's not
Pressure
really when you
requires
look at a
78.
Formula One car. I don't think there's
38.
too many parts of carbon fibre
David,
on it
you
that haven't
require
got
28.
a sponsor's name on them.
Yeah, it's funny
Game
how
shot in the first leg.
some sports
David
are allowed
Davies.
so many, and some sports are allowed not so many.
Yeah, we had this row with the BDO for years.
Second leg is Chris to throw first. Game
and
on.
then we were told for years that nope, only allowed one. And all of a sudden,
180.
another one pops up that we've got to wear. And I was like, well, how long have we been able to do that, Ollie? And he said, well, we can have a free £25 go on the bingo. Like, yeah, great.
180.
So 180s back to back here in leg 2.
60.
There's one chance gone.
Lee Barton's last week, of course, going oh so close, missing the
57.
double 12 for the 9.
$100.
Welcome along. For those of you joining us on our YouTube channel, welcome along. For those of you watching via your chosen bookmaker app, I know thousands of you do. Please subscribe if you haven't done so on
140. Chris, you
YouTube,
require
and if you are a social
161.
media user, at MSS Starts, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok.
137. David, you require 124.
Well, in terms of the scoring phase, this is as well as we've seen David Davis play. I know that sounds bizarre because he did win 4 out of 5 yesterday, but He won 4 out of 5,
99.
not playing at this
Pressure
level.
required 24.
We said yesterday we felt that he had better in him.
Game
And
shot in the
he's already
second
showing
leg.
that
Chris
today.
Landman.
I know we're only a couple of legs in. There's your averages.
Third leg is David to throw first. Game
It's an
on.
example of the start both have made. No settling in today for either of them. In their opening matches yesterday, Chris averaged 79.19 and was 2 from 15 on the doubles. David averaged 80.12 and was 50% on the doubles, 4 from 8.
And we did highlight that as Davis's strong point, the doubles.
Yeah, I mean, his
81.
running average for the day was around 81, which you wouldn't normally associate with winning 4 out of 5.
140.
He was given opportunities, some below par performances from his opponents, but you can only play what's in front of you. And he did that perfectly.
And to be fair, other opponents were doing a similar sort of average against him,
97.
which was his advantage.
Absolutely.
And when he then got to the double, he was masterful on the outer ring at times, and that was
60.
how he made it to the top of the table yesterday.
Exactly that. As we mentioned,
125.
Good pals with our pal, Mark Webster. Plays a lot of darts with him up in Denby.
140. David, you require 111.
Yeah, good lad, Webby, isn't he? And he's
71. Chris, you
broken
require
into the
101.
commentary side of darts and doing extremely well. Very knowledgeable,
61.
very listenable.
David, you
Great
require
pundit.
40. $20. Chris, you require 40.
Big chance gone begging there
Game
for
shot in the
Davis.
third leg. Chris Landman.
Landman. Break of throw in 16.
Fourth leg is Chris to throw first. Game on. $100. $46. $60.
Yeah, we mentioned yesterday Landman, the current number 2 in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit currently. He's been attending a few of the Pro Tours from that position.
100.
Those of you that don't kind of understand how the Pro Tours work, if players miss the Pro Tours, the PDC Pro
100.
Tours, and they elevate from the Challenge Tour, those at the top of the ranking table. I think Chris has been in many of the Pro Tours this year.
140.
Looking at the
100.
averages for the county this year. David Davis plays for Clwyd. Averaging
45.
just shy
Chris, you
of
require 141.
80 for the season, which is pretty much where he is in terms of his running average here.
42. David, you require 170.
I think we played Clwyd ourselves, but I missed that one.
$131. Chris, you require 99.
Tight on the 170 until it got to the ball.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Lamb and
Chris
double
Landman.
on 99. It's a silly number to leave yourself on, but if you can do that, you can get away with it.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
50% on the doubles for Landman. 1 from 8 for David Davis. And what was key to his results
65.
yesterday was the finishing.
97.
Lammen comes from a village called Wappenveld. Small Dutch village. And he's a big
80.
Ajax fan. And attends Ajax matches when he can with his brother.
99.
In terms of Welsh rankings,
140.
currently sitting in 19th position on 40 points. Sam Kankit
44.
is top on 59. Sean Fisher, a player we know well here at the Super Series, second. Player you'll know well, Nick Kenny, he's in fourth. Tight at the top of the table.
100.
Yeah, Kankit and Fisher are in the Welsh World Cup side.
Yep.
The end of September.
100.
I played Sean
David
Fisher
Uruguay,
actually at the
116.
internationals and just got the better of him in April in the home internationals.
Oh, he's missed the big
76.
16.
Chris Uruguay,
Should
161.
be okay.
Nearly commentators cursed their mates.
137.
And to be fair to
David
Lamb, that's the
Uruguay,
second time he's
40.
done that. 137 to leave 24.
Yep.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
applied the
David
pressure.
Davies.
David Davis up to the task. 16 dart hold. Both of his winning legs have
Sixth leg,
come
it's
in
Christopher
16 darts.
first.
He's still
Game on.
maintaining a very tidy average. 94.32, 93.88 for this man.
He has actually let a
140.
leg slip that where he was on 15 darts on a double and had 3 darts at tops and 10. So
Yep.
this could quite easily been 3-2 the other way. You can't think like that in this moment.
137.
Otherwise, you'll only stop yourself and beat yourself up a little too much. But
60.
Sure, very much for the Welsh, like it was for the English, the British Open, the English Open, two of the events
180.
that you sort of want to tick off. Just looking back over the years, very first winner.
100.
Player we sadly lost recently, Tony Brown, was the first winner in 1978. Beat Stephen Lord in the final. Plenty of well-known
45.
winners over the years. Richie Burnett won the Welsh Open. 3 years on the spin during that period.
60.
That also
David
saw him
Uruguay,
become
139.
world champion. Interestingly, Scott, you won it in 2016. Do you know who you played in the final?
Glenn Durrant,
You did. You know? Can you remember the score?
87.
6-5.
It was.
Chris Uruguay, 141.
You always remember the good ones, mate. You always remember the good ones.
65.
And like I say, that
David
was one
Uruguay, 52.
where you start at 9:30 in the morning. I had a
Yeah.
prelim that day.
Yeah, quarters was the best I ever did in 94.
Game shot on the sixth
David
leg.
Davis
David Davies.
finds his best leg of the match, and it's a breaker throw. He is playing very well today. Well, he said he wanted to up his level. He's as good as his word. Yeah,
Seventh
I
and
actually
final
played
leg.
Andy
It's David
Jenkins
to
in the
throw
final of the Welsh
first.
Classic in 1994.
Game
and
on.
I have no recollection of it, so I must have been drinking with Andy all day.
Yeah, that'd do it. Yeah, the recollection of mine I have is about getting home at about 4 in the morning when I won it, because obviously I didn't have an overnight accommodation arranged.
99.
Most of the years I'd gone out first and second round up to then, and I was on my way home by dinner time. So it was one of those I never tempted fate and booked the
100.
accommodation, and yeah, we made the final. I think I left there about 11:30 at night. And, yeah, we drove home and got home about 4:30 in the morning. My lovely wife, Sharon, drove home. So I was a lucky
60.
boy to have a driver. And, yeah, I just remember it being a very, very long old evening. But then I probably slept most of the way home in the car.
100.
Lamont, 41 points in front, minus these on the Davis. Sorry, I had a similar one with the World Masters. I wasn't playing very particularly well at the time. Didn't book any accommodation. And ended up staying in some
47.
swanky hotel that cost about half the prize money.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to do that. And the reason I
49.
remember that one, I think I was 5-1 down in that final and won it 6-5. That's the reason I remember.
Wow.
I was either 5-1 or 5-2 down, I think. I'm sure it does if he's listening. Won't mind me mentioning that.
140.
But he won't be too sad because the year after he beat Scott Waits in the final in
60.
2017.
David
He also
Jerichois,
won it.
155.
In fact, you basically stopped him from winning it 3 times on the trot because he won it in 2015, beating Waits in the final. Then you beat him, and then he won it again.
He was so dominant at that time, Glenn,
Yeah.
in the BDO. It was, you know, even
80.
from probably 14 on. Stephen Bunting was pretty dominant.
Yeah, he was
13 and 1 in 14. Stephen was dominant around that time as well. And then
he beat Robbie Green in the
David
final. He's a good
Jerichois,
pal.
75.
then he jumped ship, and the rest is history. And he's still there, playing very well indeed.
Gary Anderson won it a couple of times. Michael Van Gerwen won it in 2006. Anthony Riddler.
55.
Tony West in 2004 when it was
Chris Jerichois, 52.
set play. Wonderful talent he was, Anthony Riddler. Ian Brand, another great player. Won it in
12.
2003. Who's going to
David
win this
Jerichois,
one?
20.
A real missed opportunity for Landman. 2 darts.
Game,
To see it,
shot,
to steal
and
the
match,
2
David
points.
Davies.
But it's David Davis who gets some revenge on Chris Landman and his best performance by a country mile. 93.35 in the end. 3 180s in there for him. 4 out of 12 on the doubles. So that's cycle 1 out of the way. Into our second round of matches. Robin Beeger up against Jelle Klassen is after a short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 3 games into this morning's session. Jelle Klaassen lost his opening game this morning, but with a 94 average. If he can keep that level up, you can't imagine he'll lose too many more matches over the course of the day's play. He was a 4-1 winner in this particular fixture yesterday, rounding off the game with a 112 out to complete a 15-dart hold. Can he move on to 6 points in the league standings with a win here? Let's find out in the company of Chris and Scott.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, it'd be interesting to see how Klaassen bounces back, Scott, after a defeat. You know, it was a very good game against Andy Jenkins, and he performed very well, just missed doubles.
Yeah, well, his result
First leg
against
is Robin
Jenkins was
to throw
exactly the
first.
same as
Game
the
on.
last game the night before. And the result from this game yesterday was a 4-1 win to Klaassen. So he'll be looking to get his campaign back on
137.
track. He's soon going to have to start moving. Otherwise, the top ones are going to be away from him if he has any
55.
inhibitions of making it to the number 1 spot in Group A.
Well, the last time he played,
87.
he won Group A, and it didn't work out for him on the Saturday night.
86.
I spoke to Yellow about his dart setup, and I said, you know, your darts are always a similar sort of shape and whatever, whichever company's ever kind of been with. And he said, it's just
101.
I need to hold it in a certain place, and you can see there's a groove there right on the back of that.
Like a little scallop almost, isn't
56.
there?
Yeah, and he's able to hold on to that, and then he knows he's got it in the same place at the same time, and it's been a feature, I think, of most of the darts he's ever
96.
used.
Yes.
That's why I asked him.
Well, Simon Whitlock went through a similar phase, didn't he, where he had a
58.
very unusual looking.
Robin,
Connor
you
Scott
require
as well
80.
uses something very similar. Ooh.
60.
Yeah, looking across to see what score he was on. Robin to feel the need to go
90.
tops.
Robin, you require 20. Game shot in the first leg. Robin Baker.
Nice tidy 16 dart leg for Robin to start. Hold a throw.
Second leg is Yellow to throw first.
Yellow
Game
won't be
on.
too worried about that at this stage.
42.
Red Dragon made me a beautiful dart with a tiny. I was suffering with the same thing. I just couldn't
57.
consistently get my sort of thumb and my grip in the same place all the time. So they made
81.
me a dart similar to the one I was using, just put the faintest little scallop. So when I rolled the dart into my grip, I knew I had the same position in terms of balance on the barrel.
97.
Of course, trying to do that here. I went down with Sean Lee down there and he knocked him up in a
58.
couple of minutes. I know what you need.
Yeah, Lee Huxwell, fantastic dart maker.
Well, I actually did. I covered my barrels in permanent
80.
marker and then just practiced with them. And the wear point, or where the marker wore off, was exactly sort of the area I wanted that little scallop put on.
66.
He just,
Wow,
he just,
what a clever idea.
yeah, he just run him through a lathe and, is that it? I went, that's unreal. That's exactly it.
What a clever idea.
Yeah, well, I couldn't work out. I was trying to
39.
explain, and I thought, well, what can I put on it that won't affect the grip, so I can still use them? So I just coloured them in.
94.
The natural wear point was where I'd consecutively roll in the dart into my grip position, and that's where I wanted the scallop or the
100.
Some
Yellow
players have
require
that extra
160.
grip in the area, like we see with Yella's darts.
Yeah,
92.
Lee is always, Lee
Robin,
will
you
always have a
require
place in my heart,
128.
having made the set that I threw on the biggest night of my life. So, yeah, he always has a fond place in my heart. He will, for making me those darts.
88. Yellow requires 68. Game shot on the second leg. Yellow
Now I actually use
Klassen.
a windmill dart. Literally, the Foxfire one straight out of the box, 25 quid. And they're absolutely brilliant. Lovely dart.
Third leg is Robin to throw first. Game on.
I'm talking about lovely darts. That was a lovely 68 finish there from Klassen.
180.
All three of them were lovely.
96. 97. 140.
Klassen has a lot of body movement
Yeah,
on
there's
his throw, and I think sometimes that's where he comes unstuck, I think.
well,
134.
timing has to be absolutely perfect. All the elements have to sync.
133.
We mentioned,
Robin, you
Still
require
some player.
90.
we mentioned yesterday his arm sort of starts to the left-hand side of his face, and at the same time, his hand comes back across to the right-hand side, but his elbow also comes
Tucks
across
in,
at the
yeah.
same time and tucks in.
50.
Yeah, so but by the
Yellow,
time
you
he sort
require
of gets to the
132.
throwing part of it, it's actually all pretty good. Oh, just clips. The 57.
92.
I wouldn't have fancied the dart of the ball
Robin, you
anyway.
require 40.
I have a look at it on social media the other day.
Game
and
shot on the third leg. Robin Baker.
2-1 lead for Baker, and he only had one leg in this fixture
Fourth leg is
yesterday.
yellow to throw first. Game on.
So he's already doubled his tally against yellow for the week. So
100.
far, I was looking at there was something on social media about, strange dart throws and things that popped up. And I remember playing a guy,
81.
Petri Court, who used to hold the darts in front of his eyes.
Yep.
So he would hold all three darts in front of his eyes, in front of his left eye.
25.
And then
Check
he'd take the dart
44.
out of his hand and then throw. And his carrying hand never moved from in front
No.
of his eye.
No, it's usually the other way around. The non-throwing hand delivers the dart. With him, he just took it out and
It was right up there with the darts
56.
pointed straight up. He'd
Yeah.
held on to the points. And
Remember
I
him
remember
well.
seeing him throw first. Oh, it was my early BDO days.
139.
And he absolutely battered me off the board somewhere. And I thought, who is this guy?
$100. $83.
had a similar experience playing Jarkko Kumala. After traveling to Scandinavia to play in an open, I drew him first round, and I didn't have a
58,
clue
they
who he
require
was. Very good
135.
player. Absolutely smoked me boots.
Yeah,
99.
extremely good. Another one out there's Marco Cantelli, and we just saw
Yes.
him in a Euro tour, I think, recently. And he's been playing an awful long time. It was
84.
last
Yellow
Euro tour,
required
wasn't it?
36.
Played an early game
Yes.
against the really, really slow guy.
Yep.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Yellow
Mendel
Klassen.
Lawrence.
Yeah.
Yeah, over the years they've produced them, of course, with Stefan Lord probably being one of the most
Fifth leg is Robin to throw
successful. And,
first. Game on.
yeah, they've continued to produce good players. Perskau, of course, another one.
96.
Yeah, they were all on the end of their days when I was just starting.
140.
Sort of 2007, 2008. But I knew them all because I'd seen them on the lakeside, and I'd seen them, in the video
77.
tournaments that had been on TV.
Yeah.
It was just magical as a, and I wasn't even a young fella then. I just saw these people.
58.
You just they had an aura about them, and you'd seen them, and to get to play them was absolutely brilliant.
I thought the Swedish team this
120.
year at the World Cup were outstanding.
59.
Magnus, obviously, Magnus Carlsen.
Another
I got
great
to play
player.
him in one of my first ever tournaments at Swedish Open. Yeah. I turned him over. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that I'd beaten Magnus Carlsen. It was just,
58. $78. Robin, you require 150. $96.
Good visit there from Vega. Class and honour.
42.
Bogey has
Robin, you require 54.
changed the whole outlook of this leg.
Maybe the whole match.
Game shot in the fifth leg. Robin Baker.
As Bager is playing almost to the level he played at to win his only match yesterday.
Sixth leg is yellow to throw first. Game on.
He's averaging close to 90. 3 out of 5 on the doubles.
42.
A little more time coming in there. It's worked for him because he's hit that treble 20. And a couple of safe
100.
ones.
Just put out there, aren't they?
60.
Thrown straight. I'm not missing the 20. I got one in there. I don't need to attack.
I wonder if they're,
60.
a Paul Nicholson dart. They certainly look like it. What Robin Bager's using.
59. $44.
What's big news in the manufacturing world of darts this week
82.
was Michael Smith leaving Unicorn, and after 10 very good years, it's going to Shot, a
40.
company, I think they're based in New Zealand.
Yeah,
94.
something of that ilk. I think I was the last one to know about it. Apparently, it was the worst kept secret in the world, but I didn't have a clue. So it stayed away from my village, whatever the secret was.
59. Yellow, you require 164.
Another one of those would have left the ball.
124.
Super setup from Klassen. Again, wonderful counting.
56. Yellow, you require
Well,
40.
tops for a level game.
20. Robin, you require 142.
It'd have been easy to hit the first two there, but he just underpitched it. He will be
Well.
back for the double 10.
42. Yellow, you require 20.
Caused him problems against Andy Jenkins.
No score.
I think he needed to move there, really. He needed to
Robin, you
go a bit of
require
left hand
100.
down and go from a different angle.
Yeah. And I think double 10, you've got to attack, because especially with the angle of entry with his darts, well, tops.
60. Yellow, you require 20. Game shot on the sixth
Attacked it
flag.
last
Yellow
time, this
Klassen.
time, and attacked the double 5, and eventually gets over the line to take us all the
Seventh
way.
and final leg.
Every
It's Robin to
leg
throw first.
thus
Game
far
on.
has gone with throw, which bears well for Bega.
As a player, you can, in those situations, when you're that far in front, you don't quite throw as hard.
30.
It's as if, this is the thing we were talking about earlier, where sometimes when you've got 3 darts in your hand, it can be harder to hit a double than with
44.
one. And I think the problem is when you've got 1 in your hand, you do launch it with the same power that you've already thrown your first 2. So you throw with more power, whereas when you're
140.
tentatively going with 3 darts in your hand, you don't tend to throw it quite as hard.
no, there's not the same amount of energy.
83.
It is strange how the mindset works, and sometimes you have to remind yourself. Come on, you've got to attack this.
100.
I've been terribly guilty of doing the same thing. You just sort of throw them in the area. You sort of know where it is, but almost too scared to really
134.
sort of throw it into the target. And like you say, when you're on a combination shot, you're in that. It's like a sequence, isn't it?
47.
And the other thing, when you lose a game, when you missed a couple of darts at the double, you feel like you're the only one in the whole world that has missed a double that
105.
day.
Why me?
Absolutely. And you look, there's 10 boards, 5 boards each side of you, and you're on the one in the middle. And if you look at them, there's 5 to the left of you that missed, and there's 5 to the right of you. But no matter what
57,
happens,
Yellow
you're
require
still the only one in the
135.
world that thinks you're missing doubles.
Absolutely. Oh, bull. Oh, he
110.
only had to get near that dart, didn't he? And it
Robin, you
looked like it
require
would have just bumped
127.
into the bullseye.
Sometimes it does depend which way your flight is sat as well, doesn't it? On whether it's a good route in or not.
Can he hit the ball?
Game,
He
shot,
can.
and the match,
For the match.
Robin
What a
Baker.
way to finish. Klassen missing the ball for the 2 points. Robert Baker doubling his points tally with a wonderful win against Jelle Klassen. 81.94 the average for him. 79.05. A disappointing start to the day for Jelle Klassen. Maybe he's going to do what Chris Landman did yesterday. Well, Chris Landman is up next against Andy Jenkins.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon. Andy Jenkins and Chris Landman up next. Landman, the 4-0 winner when these two met yesterday, with Jenks getting just the one dart at the outer ring. It'll be interesting to see whether Jenks can back up a strong start to the day's play today, because he was unable to do just that yesterday. The bookies have Landman as the 4-9 favourite for this one. Agree with that, chaps?
Thanks, Abby. Well, I suppose off of yesterday's score, you would say yes. That's why the bookies have gone that way.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Interesting to see which version we get of Andy Jenkins, because he was brilliant in his opening game, as he was yesterday.
100.
Really back that up, and he'll be keen to back it up in this one. Landman.
41.
Well, they're locked on 6 points apiece, so one of them potentially could go from fourth to second.
45.
Or in Landman's case, on leg difference from third to second.
Yeah, yesterday's averages saw Landman being just under 90. And Jenkins was in the mid-70s. And so that's why
60.
The defeat was such a heavy one.
60.
Yeah, considering he's in the 70s after starting with a 96.67.
$58.
He has been playing well of late, Andy. Said in the competition in the Phoenix on last Wednesday.
140.
The better of Luke Littler. Not too many people doing that at the moment. And then won another local tournament on Saturday. So playing with a lot of confidence.
38.
Bizarrely is
Chris, you
almost
require 80.
identical to what happened yesterday. A very good opening performance, and then
Game shot on the first leg. Chris Landman.
nada in match 2, but that's a 15 dart breaker throw with a max from Landman.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
You have to say, the way that
140.
the draw has worked out for Andy. He had a tough end yesterday with Landman and Klaassen as his last 2 games. And then he's got a tough opening because he's got those 2 as his opening games again
59.
today.
$134.
That's for yesterday. And he beat Klaassen twice. He beat him last game yesterday and he
121.
beat him first game today.
$44.
He knows he needs to beat Landman here to keep himself in the mix for the group.
123.
I think you can see to him gesticulating to himself. He knows he's playing well.
83. $140. Chris, you require 100.
Landman on 100 after 12. He'll go tops here.
Game shot on the second leg.
Tops.
Chris Landman.
That will be like a dagger to the heart.
Back-to-back 15s.
Third leg is
Smile
Andy
from
to
Andy
throw
Jenkins.
first. Game on.
Well, yeah, great one. Well, it was a good leg from him. 1-2-1, 1-2-3, 140. His last 3 visits, he was sat on
46.
58 to break straight back.
And the man goes tops on you.
180.
And then starts with a max.
125. $60. $81. $45.
I'm an open with a max here. And then struggled to trouble the scorers too much after that in his last 2 visits.
89. 55. And you require 160.
So, Jenks, first dabs at 160. Not going to be this time. Moves across, big deflection. He's nearly out in the car park if we had one.
60. Chris, you require 161.
He's that far over. He nearly had to pay his £2 booking fee to get back in.
65. And you require 100.
We are aware, for those of you that have been trying to book
40.
tickets for Saturday night, that there's a
Chris, you require
small
96.
issue with the booking page. I believe that's being worked on.
60.
Now, chance for
And
Jenks
you
to get
require
into this
60.
one.
Has no choice. He has to get in on this one, and that is very, very tight to the treble 20. Double 10.
50.
Over pitched.
Chris, you require
Can't
36.
see Landman missing this.
No.
Game shot in the third leg.
The
Chris
stats
Landman.
didn't suggest he would have any issues, and the double break of throw-in is in. And is it going to
Fourth leg
be
is Chris to throw first. Game on.
back-to-back bagels for Jenks against Landman?
100.
And you have to say, Landman has
27.
taken his chances here. And he needs to keep in
96.
touch with David Davis at the top of the group. He sat there on 10 points.
And
96.
We'll move on to 8 points with the win.
140. $45. 85. 97. Chris, you require 80.
Go 20 for tops to wrap it up in
40.
double quick time, and nothing Andy Jenkins can do from 236 apart from apply a bit of pressure and cross everything.
125. Chris, you require 40.
Oh. Another blinder.
Game, shot,
Chris
and
Landman
the match. Chris
gets it done in
Landman.
15, 15, 19 and 17 darts, and it is back-to-back 4-0 wins for Chris Landman against Andy Jenkins. And Chris Landman moves on to 8 points and plus 10 leg difference, which is the best leg difference of all the players in the group so far. When we come back, Johan van Velzen takes on table-topping David Davis.
Johan van Velzen and David Davis both came through in deciders to win their opening matches this morning. Davis really impressively. He said he needed to up his scoring today, and he did just that. 3 180s and an average north of 93 against Landman. And the Welshman now has a fantastic opportunity to extend his lead at the top of the table to 4 points. To see whether he does so, Mason Mitchell, over to you.
Thank you, Abby. And yes, I echo everything you said there. He said he needed to find another gear, and my goodness, didn't he do just that in his opening match of the day, which was a really good performance against the favourite to win this Group A, Chris Lamon, defeating him
First leg is Johan
3 with a
first.
93-35, which included 3 180s to David Davis. Well, they go 5 to 6 each of 2 in this one.
55.
On the back of what we've seen, I quite like Davis for this type.
Yeah, and everything from yesterday in the matchup says exactly the same.
83.
It was a 4-2 win in favour of Davis yesterday. Van
41.
Velzen, the plumber from Roelof Arensveen in Holland. I got it there, didn't I? I got it there. That took some doing. I got it there. He will be hoping, obviously,
42.
to return the favour. He has the darts.
I was just looking over after
140.
the Andy Jenkins match, as I was going to mention that we had a couple of good years at the England Open. He won it in 2000. I won it in 2001. You won everything else with England in front of it, Scott. Apart from the England Open, England Classic, England Masters, England Match Play, and England National Championships, and you won them all a couple of times. I was actually looking through your
95.
resume. Gold Cup winner, British Open winner, Czech Open winner, Denmark Masters Open winner, Denmark Open winner, England Classic 2009, England Masters twice, England Match Play twice,
134.
England Nationals
Johan
twice, French
170.
Open, German Open, International Open, Isle of Man Classic, Jersey, Romanian Classic, Swedish Open, Swiss Open,
98.
Welsh Open, all world ranking events.
Yeah, I've done all right for a farmer.
Did all right for a farmer, didn't you?
Not bad. And I can drive a tractor.
84. Johan, you require
Very underrated
72.
CV.
If you ask my son, he says I drive it badly, but I can still drive it.
52. David, you require 98.
But before you bought that wonderful tractor, did you have an old shoddy tractor?
Yeah, we really did. We had one tractor that started, and we used that one to tow the other two to get them going. It really was that bad. Yeah, it was a horrible situation to be in.
And it must have been incredible because the modern technology in tractors is incredible, isn't it?
Oh, well, yeah, the one that I bought my father actually didn't have a clutch. It has an electronic clutch. So once you get the thing moving,
David,
you just have a
require
push-button
60.
clutch on the gear stick, and you didn't even have to touch the clutch and everything. It was a far cry from anything that we'd ever had before. It sort of revolutionised and turned our farming world on its head.
Game shot in the first leg. David Davies.
David Davis breaks throw in leg one. Yeah, I watched that
Second leg is David
Jeremy
to throw
Clarkson program about
Game on.
the farming, and I was absolutely amazed at obviously it's an intricate thing about sowing seed and ploughing, and it's all done via satellite and that now, isn't it? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, my son's tractor where he works, he's got a brand new sort of tractor, and it's got GPS on it, and he just pulls into the field and
40.
maps the field out on a computer inside the tractor, and it tells him exactly what parts of the field need more fertilizer than another.
140.
How it's growing from GPS. It's just
Wow.
absolutely amazing. And yes, you've got tram lines up and down the fields, which you'd have seen on Clarkson's farm, which Jeremy didn't ever use. And it goes up to the end, and then it just tells him when to switch it off, and he just spins it around the other end and then presses a button, and off he goes again, and the tractor drives itself. It's a self-steer.
Yeah.
60.
but the practices are still the same as hundreds and hundreds of years gone by. It's crazy.
And something you may know,
43.
Lamborghini made tractors before they made cars.
Yes, they did. And another little known fact is the gearboxes in Aston Martins were made by
60.
David Brown, the tractor company, where your Aston Martin DB9, DB1, DB, it's because they bought the company when Aston Martin went broke and made all the gearboxes for them.
60.
So Aston Martin is basically a tractor.
I don't feel so good about mine now.
60.
Just to think about this one. Should be over to 18s. A bit of an edgy
84.
dart, and that will frustrate him even more because he found an awkward treble 20 that if he didn't have hit just the big 18, would have left him 164.
57.
But a chance to pressure.
$58. Johan, you require
Looks a
124.
little disappointed with that, does Davis. Johan needs that treble. Not going to find it this time.
42. David, you require
Tried
120.
to stay there. Could have gone bullseye with the last dart, I believe.
$80. Johan, you require 82.
17 for tops for a level game. One in hand.
62.
A chance this is
David,
for
you require
Davis
40.
to double his lead. It's not been pretty so far. But
Game shot in
ultimately,
the second leg. David
he's halfway there.
Davies.
And this is exactly what Davis was doing yesterday. He was winning those scrappy ones.
Third leg is Johan to throw first.
And here he
Game
sits
on.
2-0 up. And he's doing it again.
100. $98. $140.
As you know, I'm absolutely car mad, and I was watching a restoration program about a very rare Lamborghini, and they were looking for a clutch, and the only thing it matched up to that they could find it was
55.
identical was the clutch out of a tractor, of one of the tractors that he'd made before going into building cars.
140.
I think lots of people have many opinions of Clarkson, but for me, he has done more for farming in the 12 episodes that he's produced, because he's put it in layman terms and made the general public understand how
hard it is
121.
to make it a living.
Absolutely. It's a way of life more than a living. If you can survive and keep covering your
Game
costs,
shot in the third leg. Johan van Velzen.
then you're laughing. And also, Johan van Velzen is laughing.
Certainly is after that leg. By
Fourth leg
far,
is David to throw
by
first.
some
Game
9
on.
darts, the best leg of this match. A 12 darter with a beautiful 121 out.
$96.
Is that going to light the blue touch paper up for Van Velzen?
60. $100. $81.
fancied this to be a tight one. As I said, they went 5 to 6 each of two because, again, when you look at their numbers, they're very, very similar.
145.
Good thinking. Again, though, I suppose leaving a 160 isn't too bad. If it was leaving 170, it would have been fairly pointless because
David, you require 160.
Velzen couldn't do anything to get to a finish, which means he wouldn't have gone for the 170 anyway. It's just instinct now for players because they expect the opponent to be there or thereabouts.
Super 140 there from David Davis, and credit to the production team. Caught that 50. Lovely.
David, you require 20.
On the overhead shot.
Don't give him too many compliments.
Game shot on the fourth leg. David Davies.
David Davis re-establishes a 2-leg cushion. The lovely teen
Fifth
darter.
leg is Johan to throw first. Game on. $60. $98.
The only time Davis has looked really troubled in this leg was the 12-dart leg from Van Velzen.
Yep.
He's looked pretty much in control.
140.
Well, he's on the opening 2 legs.
56.
21 and 22 darts, and you wouldn't really feel that would be good enough to establish a 2-0 lead, but what he's done
100.
from there is when Van Velzen found another gear with that 12 darter, he responded with a 13, so he's just keeping him at arm's length.
$64. $60. $100. Johan, you require 141.
That's 141 for Van Velzen. Gonna leave it tidy.
130.
Hits the ball, despite wanting a 25. Can David Davis just apply a little bit of pressure? Well, he does that.
Johan, you require 11.
The 11's no gimme. Got to make sure of the 3. Yeah, there you go. 1 for double 2. Oh, 3 for double 1.
No score.
Well, David Davis,
David,
if
you
he keeps
require
them straight,
90.
should get a dart at the ball for the match. Oh, he's going to get 2. A double 15. He knows. Now what?
82.
Johan's got to avoid is
Johan, you require
over-pitching this
11.
and finding the treble 3. Ooh, look how close that was. But finds
Game shot on
double
the fifth
4.
leg. Johan Van Velzen.
Closes the gap to 1. But it is Davis with the darts in the 6th.
Sixth leg is David to throw first. Game on. $54. $100. $140. 60. $60. $100. $125.
Well, depending on where this dart... Well, he's
60.
not left to finish, so...
David, you require
David Davis
122.
going to approach this slightly different.
$42.
I think he'd have been better served just going at the treble 20 there.
$83.
Now there is
David, you
a little bit
require
of
80.
scoreboard pressure. Double 11 then. And gets the double
Game,
11.
Shot. And the match.
And David Davis's run continues. He's now 6 from 7 and pulls 4 points clear at the top of the table. An average of 78.95 for Johan. David Davis 82.87. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. 80%. When we come back after a short break, Chris Lamont against Robin Beeger.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where David Davis has just extended his lead at the top of the league standings to 4 points. We can take a little look at the results that we've seen so far this morning. And Scott Mitchell, we said that he was going to need to up his scoring. He certainly did that in the match against Chris Landman, but it was all about his finishing against Johan van Velzen.
Yeah, he's kind of the game against Landman. He had to produce that average, and it was his best average of the week so far. He needed it. He did it. Then again, he's then gone and played Van Velzen and just about got over the line with his doubling again, exactly the same as he did yesterday. He's got himself to the top of the group, and he just knows how to hang on in there and stay there.
Yeah, absolutely. And much like yesterday, we're not seeing that consistency from the players we expect to be in first, second and third in the league standings. As a result, Bega pulled off a superb victory over Jelle Klaassen. That 1-2-7 in game that we're about to see here from him to get over the line. Really impressive finishing from him again in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a bit of a stunner to finish as well. And I think it caught us all on the hop because we weren't expecting him to hit that bullseye. So he's now coming to the party. He now has a massive chance as a spoiler to those that are going to be at the top of the group. Yeah,
and David Davis is sat top at the moment. He played Chris Landman in his first game of this session. It felt like a really, really significant match. And Davis just delivered, didn't he?
Yeah, he definitely did. And you can't question why he's top of the group. He's doing everything that anybody's asking him to do against them. So he's just stepping up there, doing his thing, minding his own business, and just going about business properly.
Yeah, an average in excess of 93 in that match as well. 3 180s in there, really superb from him. But Landman responded well, and I don't think Andy Jenkins is enjoying playing him, because after that match he said, "Why are you playing like this against me all the time?"
Exactly. I think it does, because Andy has started both games really well, but just hasn't had the rub of the green and found himself 2-0 down. So hopefully he'll come through and be better as the day goes on. He's not playing badly. He just needs to find a few doubles.
Yeah, he's not playing badly at all, but against Landman only had the 1 dart at the outer ring yesterday, 2 today, unable to take any of them. We can take a little look at the league standings then as we go into our next match, and it is David Davis on 12 points, really impressively, only defeated once so far this week. Chris Landman now in second. For Jelle Klaassen, we expected him to be one of the big movers today. What aspects of his game do you feel need to be better if he is to push his way up the table?
It's the doubles that he's been struggling on. He's given himself chances. He's just not taking them.
Absolutely. Right then, let's get back into the action, shall we, and hand over to Chris Mason.
Thanks, Abby. Thank you, Scott. Well, this match produced the highest average of the group so far, with Landman winning it 4-0. Robin not getting a single dart at the double, and Landman produced an average of 96.97, 50% on the doubles. Finish of 101.
First leg, it's Chris to throw
180.
First. Game on.
Well, today, so far, Landman defeated by David Davis 4-3 with an 89.92, but bounced back really well with a 4-0 win over Andy Jenkins with a 91.09, and again, 50% on the doubles. Robin 59. Went down 4-3 in his opener to Johan van Velzen, but then bounced back really well to defeat Klaassen in that wonderful 127 finish on the ball.
24.
Landman was the
100.
4-1 favourite, 11-4 about Robin.
$96.
It was from this point yesterday, after a couple of matches, Landman went on an incredible run that seen him win 4-0, 4-2 and 4-0.
59. Chris, you require 100.
So for the opening leg, there's the treble 20. Double 10.
Game shot on the first leg. Chris
Never
Landman.
in doubt. 15 dart hold. 1-0. And a 180 in the leg.
Second leg is Robin to throw first. Game on. 100. $100.
What a really lazy, loopy style, hasn't he, Chris Lamb, Scott?
Yeah, very much so. He nearly brings his
44.
right hand up above his head. But it's more into his eye line. But he seems to launch it in a loopy angle, and it's very deceiving when you stand behind him and watch him play. It's another advantage he has.
Well, he's
60.
He throws like an aimer, but he's actually a thrower rather than an aimer. He doesn't particularly sight the dart because there isn't
60.
time.
No, it's just like he feels his way in, and if the first one's in the right place, then he's in.
Well, this man is very much a
83.
combination of both, really. Like I say, on dart 3, he's just got to watch his shape.
140.
The final dart of a visit.
Yeah, Landman's throw is a very feely throw, isn't it? It's definitely a feely throw. He feels the weight of the dart, and it's all to do with the weight of the dart. And I think another one who's like that is Ryan Searle, actually.
Yep. Just a correction on the scores. It was a 140 to leave 61 after 12. Could be a
56.
14.
Chris, you require
Or
61.
is it going to be back-to-back 15s? There's the 25. Double 9.
Game shot on the second leg.
Back-to-back
Chris Landman.
15s. Only one player in this tie right now.
Third leg is Chris to throw first. Game on. $140.
And we all know back-to-back 15s are 100.2 average. Now he's just gone 140.
65.
Landman's average has gone up to 103.
100.
And he's making it look all very easy.
56. $100.
This was a 4-0 win to Landman yesterday.
78. Chris, you require
Didn't get a dart
161.
a double, did he, Robin?
No, and you fear for him again today, don't you?
46.
It's, looking that way. Landman is scoring well.
$84. Chris, you require 115. $59.
Won't be a 15 this time. The goes to a
35. Chris, you
six
require 56.
visit. Ooh. Tops.
16.
Buckled the wire.
Yeah, Landman has a good feel for tops. I would imagine if you asked him, it would probably be his favourite
28.
double.
Chris, you require 40. Game shot in the third leg. Chris Landman.
Third leg goes Landman's way.
And another leg. Robin.
Fourth leg is Robin
doesn't
to
get
throw
a dart,
first.
a double in.
Game on.
So he's completed 7 legs against Landman. Yet to get a single dart, a double in any of them.
40. $100. $58. $140.
And Landman's position in the Challenge Tour he can stay there. He'll be looking at
171.
a tour card for next year in second position.
$57.
He's one of a group of players around now that you'd look at as
57.
nailed on. Andy Barton's another player you'd think will eventually get his card.
60.
Barry Van Peer, another one.
Yeah, Barry streets ahead in the Challenge Tour.
83. Chris, you require
The gap
144.
between winning and being runner-up on the Challenge Tour is huge. You know, if you're winning, you're right up there. I've been in a couple of finals. One I lost to Barry. And one I lost to
104.
Kist, who's
Robin,
another
you
one in the
require
mix of
92.
the second place right there.
Yeah. So is he eventually going to get a dart at a double? He's not. He's looking at
52.
two double
Chris, you
18s.
require
So
40.
tops for Lamman. Cap off. A very tidy display, and he finds
Game,
the double
shot,
10,
and a match.
15,
Chris
15,
Landman.
19 and 18. The darts used an average of 89.73, a high finish of a ton, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, and just the 180, and he closes the gap again to just 2 points over David Davis. When we come back, Jelle Klaassen back in action, desperate to pick up a win against Johan van Velzen.
Jelle Klaassen and Johan van Velzen are back in action next, and you feel Klaassen needs to start making his move now if he's to keep himself in the hunt for top spot in Group A. He's been defeated in last leg deciders in his opening 2 matches today. Can he pick up the points in this one? Let's get back to the chaps in comms to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, it's been a tough
First leg is Jelle to throw first.
session
Game on.
for Klaassen. He's the 2-5 favourite for this type. Van Velzen 7-4. Jelle won the tie yesterday. Johan won the tie yesterday. 4-2.
100.
Johan won it with a 76-7-3. Klaassen only ended up with 4 darts to the
58.
double.
140.
Again, these two will
95.
know each other a little bit. It's like a couple of Englishmen playing together that have done a few years together. They were always harder games, and
100.
Yeah, you pass sort of cross at county level and maybe the odd competition.
45. Johan, you require 161.
but again, oh, Valshayden would have looked up to Yeller. He'd have been
90.
watching him winning his World Championship, probably. It was a big thing in Holland.
Oh, it was massive, especially
75.
the
Johan,
fact
you
that he
require
beat
71.
Barneveld in the final.
51.
So if you're ever
Yeah,
going to
you require
concentrate on a game,
170.
it'll be when you're playing Yeller in this situation.
96. Johan, you require 20. No score. Yellow, you require 74.
Wrong bed for
Game shot on the first leg.
Van
Yellow
Velzen.
Klassen.
Has cost him there. As Klassen picks his pocket.
Second leg is Johan to throw first. Game on. $38. $137.
Incredibly for Yellow, he won the Worlds
140.
in 06 and decided then to play his trade
60.
in the PDC. He won a Pro Tour in 2007, and as far as PDC ranking events, that was it.
100.
Yeah, quite startling actually, isn't it?
135. $58.
And of course, started
97.
to play some WDF events when he fell off the tour. Got to the last 16 of the World Masters
65.
last year.
Yellow, you require 72. Game shot on the second leg. Yellow Klassen.
Tidy finishing there from Klassen, which, yeah, the World Masters last year, I think, was actually in Holland, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Third leg is
First
yellow to
time
throw
outside
first.
the
Game
UK.
on. 139.
He will return to the Lakeside
100.
this year in the WDF World Championships.
180.
As a top seed.
$28.
I was looking through the players already qualified, and it's
86.
going to be one of the best WDF championships for quite some years when you look at the lineup.
45. Yellow, you require 96. Game shot on the third leg. Yellow Klassen.
Just looking at the seed, Scott, Klassen, Duff, Hurrell, Puha, Lauby, Andy Bartons, Landman, Barilli, Kai
Fourth
Van
leg,
Loon,
it's
Wesley
Johan to throw
Plaisir, Bren Robb,
first.
Luke
Game
Littler,
on.
Thibaut Tricol, Alexander Merckx, Peter Machin, and Barry Copeland. They're your seeds.
81.
Yeah, exactly. And I think when you look at those seeds, you look at that, and that's average-wise, that's
140.
tight from 1 to 16 there, isn't it? It's just one you wouldn't be putting your house on.
Now there's one of many.
100.
Of course, Littler did play in the last
140.
one, but he's evolved even further since then.
Yeah, he's far more advanced, isn't he, than the last one. I did a bit of commentary on
45.
one of the days, the Tuesday in the midweek, and that was when I met Luke for the first time, and he was there taking it all in.
100.
You know, it was one of those moments for him. It was the first time. It was a mammoth sort of thing, and taking it all in. I think he would go back a very different
98.
character.
Yellow require
Well,
121.
he'd have learnt so much in that time that's passed between playing that
85.
event and playing the one this year. Good to see that ticket sales appear to be very good. It is in December this year.
99. Yellow you require 36.
Klassen here did a 12
Game,
dart last
shot,
leg.
and the match,
He's done a
yellow
13 dart
Klassen.
this leg. Seals a win 4-0. Much more like the yellow Klassen we've been expecting to see. Look at that. 100 average. That's an average of 15 dart legs. So there's 100 average there for Klassen. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. That equates to 66% on his checkout stats. Much better than he's been so far this week. We go to a short break and we will return with the group leader, David Davis, against Andy Jenkins.
David Davis and Andy Jenkins go head-to-head in match 9 of 15. Neither were at their best in this one yesterday. Davis winning 4-2 in an underwhelming encounter, it has to be said. What will this one produce? Let's find out with Scott and Chris.
Thanks, Abby. Well, there you go. David Davis, 11-10. Andy Jenkins, 4-6. Make of that what you will. My 50 pence
First leg
would
is
be
David
firmly
to throw
staying in
first.
my pocket.
Game on.
Because I don't know what I'm going to get from either.
No, I agree. This one, you're going to have to sit well,
83.
truly, firmly on a very steady fence if it was me.
A splintery one.
23.
Yeah, you're just unsure of which version of either player is going to show up, because we've seen great versions of both, just not consistently. They're running repairs there for Andy. Maybe a snap stem.
100. $60.
Andy, I noticed this morning when he was changing his flights, he's one of those that still uses the old-fashioned flight protectors.
Yep.
180.
This is a blistering start from the Welshman.
97. David, you require 138.
Traditional. I like it.
$98.
Or would you go around wearing 138 on your shirt is the question.
140.
No.
David, you require 40.
Not for you, mate?
No, not for me.
I had a feeling that would be the answer.
81.5. Hit a couple of 180s, but missed 10 darts at a double in the match. David winning 4-2 with a 78.59, missing 7 darts
42.
at a double.
Yeah, I mentioned up on the balcony
15.
with Abby there that David Davis is doing exactly what he needs to do. If you go and do a 70 average against him, he'll just nick you with a 70. And if you start poking high 80s, then he'll do a 90 against you. He seems to be
97.
following and one of those that watches and sort of tracks what the other players do rather than ignore.
He's reactive very much. I mean, obviously at a completely different level, but
41.
James Wade's very similar. He's a reactive player. He'll just do enough to win.
Yeah, and he's done all right out of it, hasn't he?
Yeah, certainly has. He's playing very well. He's maybe timing
100.
his run into the match play perfectly. He's got a fair bit of money to defend, and he's starting to slide in terms of
39.
world ranking. But he actually lost at the weekend with I think it was 109 average. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I did look that up actually, and he that was his highest average of the whole tournament, and he lost with it, which is it's just unheard of, isn't it?
134.
That wonderful performance as well from
58.
a young player we know very
David,
well
you
here at the
require
Super Series.
128.
Gian Van Veen, he popped in a 114 average.
Wasn't that against Heta?
Yeah. 6-0, wasn't it? 63. 25, or could go treble 11.
88.
Up to 25. Stops after 15, and, well, Andy having another one of those games here. And he
David,
just
you
can't-
require 40.
I spoke to him yesterday, and he just can't put his finger on it. He said, I don't know.
Game shot in the second leg. David
He
Davies.
said everything feels the same, but they just won't go in.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $134.
Another good start to a leg. His average at the moment,
59.
106.5.
Jenkins finding no response whatsoever.
100.
Just nothing happening for him.
125.
It's his first two-treble visit of the game for Andy Jenkins.
125.
You feel that David Davis now is getting into a nice, tidy rhythm.
Yeah,
His throw,
58.
he looks very comfortable.
David, you require
Well,
142.
He looked a bit edgy yesterday, but today, like I say, there's a lot more rhythm to it. It's much smoother. And he must be growing in confidence. He's topping
100.
the table of a decent enough group that includes Landman, Klassen, and Jenkins, all
100.
very experienced here.
David, you require 42.
And to be fair, that was the only game he lost yesterday, was his opening game against Landman. That's the only one that so far has defeated him in this group.
Game shot in the third leg. David Davies.
13, 16, and 15. Just 44
Fourth leg is
darts
Andy
used.
to throw first. Game on.
102.48 is the average.
As I was saying, if he can
58.
get to that game today, towards the end of the day, sorry, I got that wrong. I think it was... No, I was
67.
right. Yeah, it was Landman that beat him yesterday. Get to that game today, having not lost again.
39.
Can't see him being anywhere other than top of the group.
$81.
The first time, David Davis's averages dipped
45.
below the ton. He won't be too concerned about that. He'll just want to win this one 4-0.
$95. $136.
Could be a couple of visits away from getting the job done.
134.
Every time Andy looks like he might be finding a way to win a leg, David Davis
59.
produces another
David, you
two-treble
require
visit.
124.
There's no need for him here to go that way, but he's gone that way. He's having a look. Looks like he's going out to the 10.
84. Andy, you require
And right shot,
164.
3-0 up. There's nothing that would indicate Andy would take out 164. Ooh, but he very nearly got a dart of the ball. So David Davis
96.
returns,
David, you require 40.
3 darts in hand at tops. A really
Game,
convincing
shot,
win,
and a
and
match.
that's exactly
David
what
Davies.
it is. A 4-0 win for David Davis. He moves on to 14 points and plus 13. A real disappointing display from Andy Jenkins, but in fairness, he was put on the back foot pretty much from start to finish. An end average of for David Davis of 100.20, using just 60 darts to win the match. Exactly what Jelle Klassen did in the previous game. And when we come back, Klassen will be facing Landman.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where David Davis has just moved even further ahead at the top of the MODUS Super Series Group A table with a 4-0 victory, an average in excess of a ton in getting the better of Andy Jenkins. We're going to take a little look at the results that we've seen so far, because there is a bit of a pattern emerging. Our first 4 games were all won in last leg deciders. Then 4 of our last 5 matches have all been 1-0. As you can see, the only game that's been different to that is David Davis' 4-2 victory over Van Velzen. And I'm going to have a little chat with the chaps in comms about this, because Andy Jenkins has been the player on the receiving end of 2 of those whitewash defeats. And guys, I just want to ask you, do you think there's a little bit of concern creeping in for Andy Jenkins? Because yet again, he started the day very impressively, but then tailed off again.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think a lot of it's down to the level of play, and it was kicked off, Scott, with Lamman with a 91.09 in one of those 4-0s. Another one of the 4-0s by Lamman, 89.73, and then Jelle Klassen and David Davis both completing their matches in 60 darts. And we said it was when someone finds another level, then we're going to see some big results come out, and that's exactly how it's played out.
Yeah, like Abby says, I think Andy will be thinking, well, it's just not my luck here. They're opening up cans of whoop ass on me. It's one of those. He's in a position where he needs to find something now in his last couple of games and try and put something out there so that he can do something tomorrow maybe. But it's been an interesting and fascinating day. If we knew why the games had gone like they have today, because it is a very strange pattern. It's not a usual pattern that you would see.
Yeah, I think the level of play in a lot of those 4-3s, probably outside of David against Chris Lamman, where Chris Lamman lost that one, but averaged pretty much 90, and David Davis was 93.35. I think the pattern with Andy yesterday started brilliantly with a 96 plus average. Today, not quite at that level, but a very good performance in defeating Jelle Klassen. And I think it's just the bad memories from yesterday, and he's conscious of what happened yesterday, and he can't shake that off.
I think he's had a tough start as well, with having Klassen, Lamman and Davis as his first 3 games today has obviously contributed as well.
Klassen, how important was that 4-0 victory over Van Velzen? He did so in under 6.5 minutes as well. So he really found his rhythm, settled very well into that one. How crucial do you think that victory and the manner of that victory could prove to be?
Yeah, I think it was massive, especially off of back-to-back defeats where he was narrowly edged out 4-3 in both of them, and that on its own can just play havoc with the mindset. But that performance now will give him that lift and give him that security. Okay, well, I am playing well then. Now I can build on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is Jelle Klassen up next against Chris Lamman. We're going to take a little look at the league standings before getting this one underway. And as you can see, David Davis has that 4-leg advantage at the top of the table. Chris Lamman in second on 10 points. Johan Van Velzen still on 8 points. Jelle Klassen could join Van Velzen if he's to pick up the 2 points in this one. These two completed 7 legs in 9 minutes and 39 seconds yesterday. How is this one going to unfold? We're going to hand back to the chaps in comms to find out.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, it's a fascinating tie of 2 players that have been producing
First leg, it's Jelle to throw
some
first.
very tidy darts at times. Jelle actually won this tie yesterday.
97.
4-3, and it was, well, match of the group so far for me. He averaged 96.58 at 2 180s, 80% on doubles. Lamman not too shabby on a 92.22, but did miss 5 crucial darts at doubles.
Yeah, for me, I think Jelle needs to win this one, to make a move on making sure he makes Group B. Group B is the easier one. Well, I say the easier one. It's 3 from 5 to get out of that group. It's not the easy one because it's played in the evening. Having played in the both, I preferred Group C, if I'm totally honest. But
well, especially this week with Fallon Sherrick, Nathan Gervin, and Lucas Fennig awaiting positions 2 and 3 from this Group A. But you are right; it is 3 from 5. I think most players prefer to play at night.
40,
but one thing I do know about Jelle,
45.
he doesn't. He prefers, like you, the the earlier sessions.
Yeah, it's just something that
60.
I think we get used to by playing tournaments and stuff earlier in the day, maybe. I don't know, but I haven't played in both sessions.
60.
I felt more
Yellow, you
comfortable,
require
but then
85.
I would have felt more comfortable. I won sessions. I won through as top of the group in Group C, and I didn't get out of
60.
Group B. So,
Chris, you require
yeah,
122.
it can be personal preference, I suppose. But the smart money would say you need to be in Group B, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, you got a 60% chance of coming through Group B, and that's your reward for finishing in
76.
positions 2
They
and
require
3.
25.
Players finishing in 4, 5, and 6 will be into Group C, which is played
17.
double session day,
Chris,
Thursday
you
and
require
Friday.
46.
Group C is at 1 o'clock, Thursday and Friday afternoon.
26. Yellow, you require 8. Game shot on the first
Again
leg.
there, we saw Yeller
Klassen.
under the cosh, missing doubles. It's a 22 dart leg. But he won't mind that.
Second
He's
leg
won
is Chris to throw
and
first.
he's held his
Game on.
throw, which is vitally important when you're playing somebody such as Chris Landman.
140. 96.
And he'd missed the ball for a 15.
60. 58.
I think he would come into this match absolutely brimming with confidence after his last game.
60.
Of course, the pace of this one is perfect for both.
85.
He just looks erratic again and a little bit ragged.
140. 92. Chris, you require 101.
Leaves the big fish just in case.
61. Yellow, you require 170.
When he gets a go at it, Landman did all he could to take the 101.
70. Chris, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Chris Landman.
Tidy finish there from Landman.
Yeah, fuss free. Could be 2-0 up. Finds himself,
Third leg is Yellow to throw first. Game
importantly,
on.
1 apiece rather than 2-0 down.
I said I had an old
80.
team manager that used to tell me the scrappy legs, you've got to win them. Those good legs where you go out 11, 12, 14 dart legs, they take care of themselves.
95.
Absolutely.
Those scrappy, anything between 18 and 24, if you can nick those.
And they hurt as well.
They do, they hurt,
119.
and you don't get them back either. Because the next leg he's going to have you in 12 or 14. So
Well, there's nothing
97.
more frustrating dropping a leg, just, when it is sort of a 21, 22, 23 dart leg, because
138.
losing those could well be the difference between winning a match and losing it.
96. Yellow require 164.
and it only has to be one leg as well. The difference, that's the point.
94.
Lassen here in the ascendancy in leg 3.
97. Yellow requires
Nice
70.
little 57 there from Landman to keep him honest. And that
28.
is scrappy at best.
Chris, you require 116. $96.
To me,
Yellow,
that
you
Yellow
require
miscounted
42.
there.
Yeah.
He wanted a 19 last start, not a 17. And I think that's
34.
probably still playing on his mind when you're
Chris,
such
you
a clever
require
counter as
20.
he is.
Absolutely. The Landman to get control. Needed a breaker
Game
throw
shot
in the
third
match
leg.
to win it.
Chris
And
Landman.
it's come in leg 3 with a 17 darter.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
You can see
95.
behind, Yellow being one of the best counters, really chastising himself there for making a
97.
mistake.
That's pressure. It plays tricks with the mind.
Oh, it sure does. Oh,
140.
I've been up there and I've literally haven't got a clue what I got. Like, not a clue. And it had been in a combination shot I've probably done 1,000
78.
times, and your brain just goes to mush.
It's better to not have a clue than go for the wrong shot. I remember I've done it a couple of times. I did it once against Peter
44.
Manley in an exhibition when we were 3-3 or something. And yeah, I had 68 left, went 36, and then went straight over to the
140.
double 18, smashed it in, turn round, no score. Peter goes up, pops me out, doesn't he? Beats me 4-3, never heard the last of it.
Oh, I bet. And Mariella getting a little animated and rightly so,
42.
a little frustrated. He's probably thinking to himself, well, how on earth am I averaging 22 points less than I did
99.
less than 20 minutes ago?
144. $62. Chris, you require
He's
78.
under more pressure in this one, that's why. And Lamb now after 78.
38.
Well,
you
he's
require
starting to make a
82.
few errors.
50.
Oh, when you hit the ball and you don't hit the 32,
require
it's frustrating
40.
because
Smallest target on the board.
it's much harder to hit.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Chris
No
Landman.
mistake from Landman.
Yeah, 3 on the spin.
He's one of those that once he gets his foot on your throat,
Fifth
you
leg,
don't
it's yellow
take
to
it
throw
off.
first.
No,
Game on.
when his tail's up, he is very hard to peg back.
42.
Yellow looks a dejected figure here.
Landman will be
58.
feeding off of that. Like a piranha. You can smell blood.
96. $45. $57.
Chasing around the board now, Clausen, and not really having any impact.
100.
That one hasn't turned the throw round, but
59.
Well, here's a punt for you that surprises me. Robin is up next
180.
against David Davis. There you go. Robin favourite 4-6. David Davis 11-10.
wow.
Yeah,
42.
wow, exactly.
Chris, you require 118.
I'm sure that's a word that Yellow will use.
94.
Wow, what has happened here? Or something to that effect. Certainly,
97.
probably
Chris, you
something I
require
can't
24.
repeat on air. But Landman for
Game
the win
shot.
finds
And the match, Chris Landman.
the double 12 to win it in 16 and, well, lost the opening leg, a real scrappy one. But the response was good, an end average of 82, 83, 3 140s, 1 180, 4 out of 11 on the doubles. And a bit of a disaster for Clausen. So it is Robin Vega up next against table topping David Davis.
Robin Baker is next to take on the Group A leader, who for the second successive day has won his Open in 3 games. His best performance coming in his last match, a 3-figure average and a 4-0 victory. Can he move on to 16 points with an 8th win of the week, or can Baker cause another upset, having already beaten Jelle Klaasen today? Let's get back to Mason Mitchell to see which way this goes.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, it was some performance from David Davis, as did Klaasen before him, using just 60 darts in 4 legs, all equating, of course, to a 100.20. The only real difference between the two was 4 from 6 and 4 from 5 on the doubles. But Jelle Klaasen on the back of that averaged nearly 26 points less. David Davis will be hoping for a different
First leg,
outcome
it's
to
Robin
this
to
one.
throw first. Game on.
Nice message from Mike Norton, friend of the Super Series, of course. Well, been rained off, so a day at home, watching the darts. Could be worse. Cup of tea, few
43.
biscuits, feet up. And a bit of Super Series.
Yeah, it could be a lot worse.
100.
Please don't cut any hay, because it's raining at home as well, so... I saw the wife making a comment
59.
earlier, but her washing has got wet that she put out this morning. Let's just hope it's not my gear that I wanted to wear here tomorrow.
$58.
This one was an interesting 4-3 result in the favour of Davis yesterday.
81.
But Baker actually had the higher average of the two by a few points.
I think we're seeing a different David Davis today, certainly in terms
100.
of level of performance.
It's just, yesterday was business-like and he was doing what he needed to do. Today he's kind of doing
60.
similar, but actually putting his foot down on this group now and saying, look, yeah, yesterday I got a bit lucky. Today I'm going to show you that
wasn't luck.
Yeah, I'm going to win it. I knew I was cool. I was calculated. And I knew exactly what was going on yesterday. It wasn't getting away from me.
It was 20 to 1 to win the group yesterday.
140.
7 to 1 before the off today. I wonder where he'll be tomorrow.
Tell you where he'll be, the way this is going.
92.
He won't be worth your
Robin,
50p. Put it back in your pocket again, Mace.
Single 18 for tops to hold.
Game show on the first leg.
Wow.
Robin Baker. Second leg is David to throw first. Game on. $94.
Yeah, just looking at David's levels today by comparison to yesterday. Won his opening match
123.
yesterday with an 80 average. Won his opening match today with a 93.35. Second match,
125.
an 82.87. His second match yesterday, an 80. His third match today, 100.20. Third match yesterday, an 80, a 78.
58.
It just shows you the different levels he's performing at today.
$54.
Averaging closer to 90 today. Yesterday, it was 80.
We have a situation here where Davis knows that Baker is
60.
bottom of the group, and this should be kind of a gimme to Davis. We're gonna find out a little bit more about him now in this game and where his mindset is into what's happening with this group, I think.
Well, he's going to feel more pressure because he's a big. Well, you would make it. The bookies didn't make him a big favourite. They made him the outsider of the two, 11-10. But as far as we're concerned, he's a big favourite for this match, and he'll feel that in himself as well.
He'd make himself the favourite for this match, just on position in the table, really. And these are the tougher games to play.
60. Robin, you require 120.
To move right and work around that dart, that is an absolute stunner.
Game shot on the second leg. Robin Baker.
Back to back. Ton plus finishes. A 118 in leg one is trumped with a 120 checkout for a 15 dart break of throw.
First, game on.
So we now go to the other mindset of the guy that's at the bottom of the group is now playing the guy that's the top of the group, and he knows he cannot come out and play like he has been his last few games. He has to up his game, otherwise he's going to get tonked.
Yep. And he's doing
140.
exactly that.
$60.
Yeah, we noticed here in commentary that he did exactly the same against Van Velzen yesterday, and Van Velzen was top of the group.
Yeah, that was his best performance
100
of the session yesterday.
$58. $85.
So far today, he's averaged 75.2, 81.94, and 66. Currently averaging 95. Against the player
64.
last time out, averaged 100.20 and is nearly 20 points below that at the moment.
$80.
He's now starting to think about it. He's started to get the odd wayward one.
Winning line-itis.
$59. Robin, you require 96.
If I was a player playing in this game and that had happened to me twice, I would just keep thinking in my head that you can't keep doing this to me. I've got to just keep trying to stay there and
force an error out of him.
56.
Correct. And if he does keep it up, you shake him by the hand and go, mate, you were too good for me today, and we all wander off.
Hands up, Cabris.
100. Robin, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Robin
Absolutely
Baker.
drama free at the moment for Robin Baker. 17 dart hold, 3-0. Yeah, I know the feeling,
Fourth leg,
Scott.
it's David to throw first.
We
Game
played in
on.
front of a couple of thousand people at Butlins, and you did that to me. 156 out, 116 out.
No, I don't recall
57.
it, mate. I don't recall it. Yay, get in. Yeah, I remember the 156. That was the last shot. Yeah, that was the last one. Yeah, and you'd done nothing wrong.
Nope.
I hate to waste them on days like that, though.
97. $118.
And even there, David Davis will be thinking, right, I'm just starting to get to him a bit here, and he finds two troubles.
You took the words right out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was just going to say.
180. $140. David, you require 167.
Well, if he can hit 2 treble 20s, he'll leave 32.
135.
That'll do.
And it's a trait of his game. We see it all the time. He hits a 1 and hits 2 trebles. His readjustment is amazing.
77. David, you require 32.
Oh, to get his first leg on the board. Does he have to move? Yeah.
Game shot on the
finds the
fourth
double.
leg. David Davies.
14 darter. Best leg of the match. Fortunately, it's only a hold and he's going to
Fifth leg
need
is Robin to throw first. Game on.
a break and then another break in leg 7.
How is Bega going to react now to losing the leg? He's
59.
had it all pretty plain sailing.
Well, he's had it all his own way.
$85.
I think you've forgotten
$140.
he'd only just started the leg. I don't know why he looked across at the board there after 2 in the treble 20. Just fill your boots, son.
Well, if he goes on to
43.
win this match at this stage, he will actually trade places with Andy Jenkins and put
84.
Andy on the foot of the table. And after the opening match of this group yesterday, you wouldn't have had him down there because he beat Robin 4-1 with a 96.67 average.
The future was looking very bright for Andy yesterday after game 1.
It was.
96.
I think universally we all felt that Lamman was the favourite to win the group, but I certainly
100.
thought
Robin, you require 122.
Klassen and Andy Jenkins would be right in the mix. At least 72. Taking the bull out of the equation early. I like that play. Double 12 for his third 10 plus
110.
finish. He will be back though at double 6 to win it 4-1. Even when the bookies get it wrong, they get it right.
It's looking that way, but we're not there yet.
92. Robin, you require 12.
It's all about how this young man hold his nerve here now. And this double 6 moves across. One last dart at it,
shot,
and he takes
and
it.
a match, Robin
So,
Bega.
An upset. Robin Bega wins this one 4-1 against the table topper, David Davis. And look at those averages there, pretty even, Stephen. 89 for Bega, 86 for Davis. But the all-important numbers are the 4 on Bega's side and the 1 on Davis's side. So he's now been toppled and lost his second match in Group A. We head to a short break, and when we return, we will have Van Velzen versus Jenkins.
Having come through in a decider to win his opening match today, Andy Jenkins has been whitewashed in his last 2 matches and didn't get a dart at the outer ring last time out against David Davis. Can he get anywhere near the level produced in his opener to keep his Group B hopes alive? Or can Johan van Velzen get his second win of the day to move into double figures? Chris and Scott, where do you see the points going in this one?
Well, thanks, Avi. Yeah, we've just been having a discussion about that. And you know, I feel that Andy's had a bit of a tough start there with Lamb, Klaassen and Davis in his first 3 games today. And he will be looking at this mentally thinking these are probably the 2 winnable games, the ones that he would have expected to win at the start of the day.
Yeah, he was edged out 4-3 in this tie yesterday. And on that occasion, finished okay, 3 from 5, took out a 117, but just didn't 96. Have his scoring boots on. He was the 8-13 favourite to win that one. 6-5 was Johan. Today they go 4-5 Johan. Andy 10-11.
You have the opposite effect as well, as I suppose Van Velzen has looked at this and gone, well, he's lost his last couple 4-0. I've got a good chance here. So psychology sort of reverses.
Yeah.
$97.
It'll be another head-scratching day for Andy Jenkins. Made a brilliant start, as he did yesterday.
85.
Just not been able to back it up. He did come good towards the end of the session
100.
yesterday. Because in his final match, he did get the better of Klaassen, as he did today, by 4 legs to 3.
137, and he required 160. $45. Johan, you require 24. $18. And you require 115.
Any closer with the first 2, and he's given Jenkins a shout here at this 115.
Long, long way off.
$75.
I wonder if it's just
Johan,
a
you
timing
require
issue
6.
with Andy.
Game shot in the first leg. Johan van Velzen.
Maybe a little late.
And that's a trait of when you're
Second
just
leg
trying
is
to put
Andy
him in there,
first.
isn't it? And you're
Game
trying to be over
Precise.
cautious and precise. Yeah.
59.
And a lot of low darts can be the over grip where you're just too tight
140.
on the barrel. And that's the over compensation.
60.
And then they all go high and you think, well, What's going on?
Yeah, you do, and it's
21.
I think that one was a off the flight. It was a dart on, dart out. That one.
60.
A defeat here, and it pretty much ends the hopes of Andy potentially
60.
winning this group, because there's a massive difference in the leg difference between
100.
top and bottom. It's a 21-point leg swing. David Davis is on 10. Andy Jenkins currently minus 11.
180.
I mean, Chris Landman in second position on 12 points is on
80.
plus 17.
Johan, you require 100. $80. Andy, you require 142. $65. Johan, you require 20. Game shot in the second leg. Johan van Velzen.
I think that's 11 consecutive legs Andy's lost without reply.
Third leg is Johan to throw first. Game on. $53.
And ironically, that was Van Velzen's first 180 in the last leg of the day.
41.
Actually,
100.
Andy won 4-3 and then lost 4-0 in
58.
consecutive matches. So yeah, he's 10 consecutive legs lost.
And that starts to play on the mind.
97.
Very much so.
$59.
And then you start over trying.
And I think that's what's going on with Andy.
60.
Is the
100.
last match of the fourth cycle of games. So at the completion of this one, all the players with one to play, and we start
131.
with David Davis against Jelle Klassen, then Landman against Van Velzen, and then Jenks against
140.
There you
Johan,
go.
you require 60.
in the final match.
Game shot on the third leg. Johan van Velzen.
It's all too easy at the moment for Johan van Velzen. Winning legs of
Fourth leg is
19,
Andy to throw
17
first.
and 17. He's averaging 85 to Andy's 75.
58. $43. $29.
Jenkins gets a glimmer of hope. He then been failing, and now
81.
he's given hope to Van Velzen.
Van Velzen
80.
looking good for a place in Group B.
$83.
Yeah, he'll be hoping to open a gap up. Klassen, who's below him in the table.
80.
That win here puts him on to 10 points, which is 4 clear of Klassen.
45.
We are running out of games to make an impression
58.
on the table.
Well, we're starting to have some table separation because Klassen,
99.
Bieger and Jenkins are all on 6 points.
58.
A win
Johan, you
for Van
require
Velzen.
150.
I'll put him on 10. Lamman's on 12. Davis is on 14.
83. And you
Bit
require
unfortunate.
138.
Double 9.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Andy Jenkins.
And I can assure you, Andy will be saying to himself, this game is ridiculous.
Fifth leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Where did that come from, young man?
Exactly. He doesn't know.
125. $96.
Again, psychology. He would have been saying to himself, oh yeah, of course, this is going to go in, isn't it? And lo and behold, it does.
45.
You think about everything else, but the position you're in.
100.
Now here all of a sudden, trebles have started to come and starting to be found.
96. 139.
Just realised he's made a boo-boo.
$100. $46. Johan, you require 135.
That'll be bullseye start. Treble 20. And now it's bullseye for the win.
94. And you require
Anything tight, he's left
120.
himself 41. So Jenkins.
Wow.
32. Johan, you require
Nowhere
41.
near. So it's Van Velzen. For a 1, he's at the 20, so it's 21 left. Where's he going? Is he going 5? Yes, he is. Double 8 for the win.
25.
Don't think
Andy, you require
any one of those darts
88.
was particularly convincing. Can Jenks? Oh. I was about to say, can Jenks find the ball, but he had to find the 18. Should be treble 16.
40. Johan, you require 16.
So it's double 8 for the win here. Van Velzen.
No score.
Wow.
Andy, you require 48.
They all looked really tight.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Andy Jenkins.
Andy Jenkins pins the 32 and closes the gap to 1.
Sixth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
The
Game
Portsmouth
on.
Gurning champion is up there with the throw.
Well, we're somehow back on throw.
60.
The match goes on.
43. $140.
Andy Jenkins just beginning to believe. Lost count of how many
140.
match darts Van Velzen has had.
96. $140.
Good response from Van Velzen. Jenkins
165.
absolutely lambasting these treble 20s now. And that on tops. Oh, this is a good reply as well.
124.
Oh, slack with the
and you
last
require
one.
40. $30.
Well,
Johan,
you
you
can't believe
require
it.
54.
He's pinned the 138. He's pinned the 48 in 2. He's had 3 at a double.
Game,
and it's
shot,
ultimately
and a match. Johan
cost
van
him the
Velzen.
match. It should have been 3-3 in the end, but it is Van Velzen who takes the spoils 4 legs to 2. An average of 82.73, 77.83 for Andy Jenkins. Just the 180 in there. And that went to Van Velzen, who missed 10 darts at a double. Still managed an average of over 82. Well, that's the 4th cycle of games completed. Our 5th and final cycle of matches in the session will start with David Davis against Jelle Klassen.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Johan van Velzen has just condemned Andy Jenkins to a 3rd successive defeat. We can have a look at the results that have already been concluded so far today. The 2 best performances so far have come courtesy of Jelle Klassen against Van Velzen and David Davis against Andy Jenkins. Both averaged 100.2 in those 4-0 successes. As you can see there, Robin Bager, 2 really impressive wins today over Jelle Klassen and David Davis, the 2 players who are next up. 118, 120 and 127 checkouts in those 2 matches. See him growing and developing in confidence, and really excited to see what he can produce in the remainder of this campaign and going forward into Thursday and Friday as well. We can take a little look at the league standings with one more round of fixtures to to be completed on move-in day here at the Super Series. It is David Davis who's currently sat top of the league standings on 14 points. He can, of course, re-establish that 4-point advantage if he's to get the better of Jelle Klaasen in this next match. Jelle Klaasen, of course, looking to move on to 8 points and keep that pressure on in the hunt for a Group B spot. So to see who comes out on top in this one, let's get back to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Well, we do call it moving day, but there's not been too much movement at the top. As David Davis remains on top. He was the overnight leader, winning 4 out of 5 yesterday. Is he going to replicate that today with a win over Klaasen and make it 4 out of 5?
First leg, it's David to throw
on
first.
Day 2.
Game on.
David won this one fairly handily yesterday in terms of the scoreline. 4 legs to 1. He was the 12 to 5 outsider. Klaasen was 3 to 10.
40.
Yeah, I suppose, and then the other angle we can look at it is, can Jelle Klaasen do his fellow countryman Lammen a favour here?
Well, they've not learned because
140.
David Davis is 6 to 4. Klaasen is 1 to 2. Klaasen last time out on the back of averaging 100, like
60.
David Davis had a stinker, 74-41. Uh,
57.
David was surprisingly beaten for us against Robin Beeger, 4-1. They're both producing their best performances and then both getting beaten 4-1. Answers on a postcard to myself and Scott Mitchell.
We will do our best to read them. And, yeah.
51.
Like you try and work out, why does that happen? It happens so often in darts. You see, I remember Ted Evans beat me with 107, and then he lost with 77 next game or something. In the Pro Tours. I don't know whether you
46.
relax and you go back up there not quite concentrating as much because you think you're okay. I don't know what it is, and I've done it many times myself.
140.
I mean, my experience of playing in the Super Series, it took me sort of a while to get up to speed, and then I sort of pretty much was one pace and played at a similar level.
81. Yellow, you require
Everybody
113.
in this group seems to just be a little bit up and down.
57.
It is a very strange group. We did say yesterday that we felt that everybody could beat one another, and we could end up with somebody near the top that we weren't expecting, and that's exactly what's happened.
44.
How the group has panned out.
Yellow, you require 56.
And of course, tomorrow, fatigue will start to
Game shot on the
play
first
a
leg.
role.
Yellow Klaasen.
As Klaasen breaks in 17.
Second leg is yellow to throw first. Game on.
And obviously, Klaasen can do himself a favour here and maybe keep him in touch with a chance of Group B.
125.
If he can win this match, he will go on to 8 points. 2 behind Van Velzen, 4 behind Lammen, and Van Velzen
49.
Lammen play each other in our penultimate match, the next one up. And if Andy's got
84.
Group B ambitions, it's a must-win in our final game of the session against Robin.
Baker's tail is high now. He's had a good win
96.
against the top of the group and convinced himself that he can play darts again.
Yeah. Well, one of his best all-round performances came in his final session, his final match of the session yesterday.
83.
He played in the penultimate game where he had that wonderful display of finishing where he beat Johan 4-0.
99.
80% on doubles and average 94.
Yeah, agreed. And like I say, he's playing an Andy Jenkins that not at the top of his
83.
game today.
Yellow, you require
Hell of
132.
sorts.
$56.
I'm on his side for now. Yellow Klassen in leg 2.
The way that Davis plays, though, that you've never got time on your side. And here we go.
137. Yellow, you require 76.
Treble 13. Oh, ball. Well, he
61.
didn't actually want the ball. He wanted a 25.
David, you require
That
74.
pretty much sums up his day.
There's always a risk because you don't aim at the 25, you aim at the middle. And
49.
when you don't want it, and then when
Yellow,
you
you
want it like
require
that, when
15.
Davis was after it, he couldn't hit it.
Game shot on the
Gets a
second
very
leg.
nice
Yellow Klassen.
Bump in off of dart 2 to lead by 2. 2-0.
Third leg is David to throw first. Game on.
Lots of head shaking here from Klassen. He knows that should have been an easier leg for him. He sort of stuttered towards the end and then had a lovely deflection to get it in.
136.
I think he knows that was missing by a mile.
Yeah, when you're not at the top of your game, you just want everything to be as fuss-free as
58.
possible.
$180.
Right on cue. Davis
96.
back with a 180. To say, look at this, I've not gone anywhere, Yellow. This now has 2-1 written all over it.
Certainly does now.
132.
You don't have that much of a lead. I'd be looking at the treble 11 for 32 there. I wouldn't even get involved
134.
with the bullseye.
David, you require 53. $33.
Well, he has time here with Klassen back on 2-1-3. It's about how much pressure is going to be asserted.
100.
A
David,
little,
you require 20.
but not a lot.
$10. Yellow, you require
Davis
113.
now having problems on the outer ring.
Tops.
73. David, you require 10.
Almost robbed it.
Game shot in the third leg. David Davies.
Very clean. Double 5. For a 16 dart hold.
Fourth leg
Yellow.
is Yellow to throw first.
Still
Game
in
on.
control with the break of throw.
58. $81. $39.
Not a good time to not have a treble visit, Yellow.
No, 58 followed by 39 when you're desperately trying to just hold on to the advantage of throw.
60.
An advantage in terms of the scoreline.
96. $65.
More than cagey leg here.
38.
That was an absolute wire bouncer there. Right in the corners. Corners of these things are still quite hard on these blades, and if you catch a corner where the two wires join, they will fly off, and I think that's what happened there with Yellow.
Yeah, especially the way his darts enter the board.
$60.
I think Yellow knows this is an important game for him in the context of trying
42.
to make inroads in maybe getting into Group B.
$134.
What's a better visit? Davis will now try to pressure that 76.
100. Yellow, you require 76.
So it's 76 for Klaassen. And that's a poor dart.
44.
Eventually
David, you require
recovered,
90.
but first two were a little bit messy.
Double five.
80.
And not to be
Yellow,
this
you
time.
require
So Klaassen
32.
comes back for 32 in what would be a big hold in the context of the game.
16.
And he's blocked his route.
David, you require 10.
Davis nailed the 10. Last leg. First dart. To get the leg that he had on the board. Not to be this time. He's going 3 for double 1. Quite a popular route.
8.
Yeah, I don't quite get
Yellow,
it
you
myself,
require
but
16.
I want
Game
to do
shot on the
everything to
fourth leg.
avoid having
Yellow
to
Klaassen.
go at double one.
And the reason I don't get it is because if you can't back yourself to hit a big one,
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first.
why are you then
Game
backing
on.
yourself to hit a double one?
Exactly.
That's my logic on that type of shot. But we
agree.
see it so often. You see it so many players do it.
93. $70. $82. $62.
Not the visit that Klaassen would have been looking for once he'd hit the treble 20 with the first.
60. $95.
Well, he's just managed to stay in touch. Got to switch.
99. 54. David, you require 167.
Klassen once again losing the line. No such problems for David Davis currently. Doesn't have to go for the ball. Klassen is on 220. Where's the smart money here? The smart money's on double 10 apparently.
137.
Which will now leave him 30. We did actually see him hit a bullseye yesterday and hit the 30, didn't we?
Yeah, off of 80.
50.
Very strange way to
David, you require 30.
go about things, but he was successful. Double 8.
Game shot on the 5th leg. David Davies.
A good split when you hit it.
6th leg, it's yellow to throw first. Game on. $134. $49. $83. $58.
This is definitely a nervy game.
$42.
A lot riding on it for Davis. He doesn't win this one. I'm looking at the table there. Landman's leg difference, should he manage to win his,
78.
could put him top overnight.
$119. $40. Yellow, you require 123.
For the match.
$99. Check 87.
Very rare mistake.
54.
A long day.
Yellow, you require 36.
A lot of concentration time needed
Game
up there
shot
for the referees,
and a
but
match. Yellow Klassen
finishes this one off. Not a brilliant game by any standards of imagination, but an important game in the context of the group. It's a 4-2 win for Klassen there. The average he won't be interested in, 4 out of 10, 40% on the checkout stats. We're heading off to a short break. When we come back, it will be Landman versus Van Velzen.
Our penultimate match of the session sees Chris Landman take on Johan van Velzen. Van Velzen with the opportunity to join Landman on 12 points with a win here. As for Landman, any win here and he'll leapfrog Davis into top spot because of his superior leg difference over the Welshman. He missed 13 at double in this one yesterday though, as Van Velzen picked up the points. To see which way this one goes, let's get back to Scott Mitchell and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, it was another one of those quite bizarre games yesterday. And one of the early matches that
First leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game
multiple missed starts at doubles, 2 from 15, ended with a very below par average for him, 79.19. Johan
41.
81.34.
$45.
Well, this could be a cagey one again, Mace, because obviously Landman knows that he can now top the group.
Yeah, that comes with a bit of its own pressure.
140. $140.
Oh, that's a dangerous one. That's gone in on the back of the stem. That's a broken stem there. Needs a change. It hit the top of the stem and came out
55.
and sat there. And then he knocked it with his other flight. Other dart, he knocked that bit clean off.
That's what a lot of players do now. They have the stem and flight already set up and ready to go, and it's just a case of winding one out
42.
and winding one in. Because trust me, trying to put a flight in when there's a bit of nerves about can be tricky.
60.
Bit of nerves. There's a lot more light up there than you would usually get in a normal room when you're putting the flight in. It's it can make you look very silly, I think is the word I'd use, trying to put a flight in at times.
122. Chris, you require 105. $53. Johan, you require 32.
Break of throw. How much of that can he see?
16.
Well, he went for the top end and just
Chris,
missed
you
out.
require 52. Game shot on the first leg.
Back on that
Chris
tops again.
Landman.
Lethal today.
Second leg is Johan to throw first. Game on. $85. $140.
Pressure on the Van Velzen throw already from Landman.
100.
Looking like he means business and wants to get the job done
140.
quickly.
Back-to-back 140s in leg 2 on the Van Velzen throw.
134. $60. $65. Chris, you require 161. $90. Johan, you require 117.
Nice bullseye, that one, when you go for a 25.
Yep. A bonus bullseye. Tops.
77. Chris, you require 71. Game shot on the second leg.
Tidy,
Chris Landman.
clean and clinical. That's 71 from Landman.
That's deadly down there. as he has been on tops.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
15 darter from Landman. Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to have to move.
140. 83.
Unfortunate not to match the 140 from Lamb there, but
95.
Van Velzen just drifting into the treble one.
$59. $60.
Yeah, some would say he should have gone down there after the first dart, but Van Velzen back on
100.
359. It didn't really matter.
No. Keeping it simple
45.
is paying dividends. The Landman is on the brink of topping the table.
133.
I like
Chris
about
Uruguay,
Landman's game is that he's
161.
very up and down. It's not often he drifts wide off of the 20 and
123.
big
Johan
treble
Uruguay,
one. Keep your
126.
golf shut, Scotty.
$42. Chris Uruguay, 38. Game shot on the third leg. Chris Landman.
Landman, a 16 darter there. Goes with in one.
Fourth leg is Johan to throw first. Game on. $60. $60.
So a pair of 60s to open up leg 4. And now Van Velzen.
135.
It's a couple of trebles to keep Landman honest, and Landman comes back with a couple of trebles to
140.
keep Van Velzen honest.
$41. $100.
Landman not quite turned the throw here.
57.
Landman has turned the throw now with that visit of just 57.
65.
Oh, he needs a real big visit.
100. Chris
sure
Uruguay,
that's enough.
136. 60. Johan Uruguay, 108.
To save it. Can still finish.
$92. Chris Uruguay, 76.
So Landman hits the treble
Game,
20
shot,
and
a
the
match.
double
Chris
8
Landman.
for a 4-0 convincing win. He now tops the group on 14 points. Takes over on legs difference. It's Landman there with an 88.41. Van Velzen not far behind on an 84, but it was the 4 out of 5 and 80% checkouts for Landman that did the damage in that one. We head off for a short break and we come back with our last match of the day. That'll be Andy Jenkins versus Robin Bager.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where this man stood next to me has just rounded off his second day of action with a 4-0 victory over Van Velzen. Chris, you must be feeling so pleased with the way that you've played today. Only dropped the one leg in your last 4 matches.
Yeah, it's nothing. It felt like nothing like this at the moment, but yeah, in the beginning it was started not really well, but yeah, after a few games I played better and better. Yeah.
And talk us through yesterday morning, because we were all talking about you coming into this Group A campaign. You were the favourite at the start. Those first 2 games, though, it was a little bit of a struggle, wasn't it?
Yeah, the first game against Joanne, I had no scoring power at the beginning, and then the doubles let me out. And against Yellow it was better, but also there was the last leg I didn't hit the triples. And then I had 2 very good games, and the last one game, was good, for the doable, yeah.
And the form you come here to the MODUS Super Series in, second in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. You've already made it to a final of a Players' Championship event in 2023. So when you do have those setbacks early on in a campaign, it must be very easy to get over them, because you must be feeling very, very confident in your own ability.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. And I'm standing second now in the Challenge Tour, yeah. And I play well lately, but yeah, it's hard to come here to really good players, yeah. Sometimes if you miss a doubles, you lose, and it's also with the Player Championship and a Challenge Tour, it's hard, but I'm not complaining. It's going well lately. I'm going through the doing.
And so many people are talking about you as one of the best players in the world at the moment without a tour card. You must be feeling that you are right up there.
Yeah. I'm not the person who's feeling that. Yeah, I know I do my best here, but I don't think so. I'm the best at the moment, having the tour card. But I do my thing, and it's go well. And lately it's going well. I see what it gets. Yeah, I hope.
And talking about being right up there, you are now top of the Group A table. Take a look at that. Your leg difference is far superior to anyone else in the field. It has been a really difficult group, though, hasn't it, to take control of. Do you feel now, pushing into the final day, that you can carry this form in and maybe even push further and end it like you did the last Group A campaign you had here?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. I hope I start morning to a little bit better as last 2 days. But if I still end it like this, I'm okay.
Very best of luck. Very best of luck tomorrow. Right then, we do still have one more match to conclude. So let's get back into it and hand back to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby, and well done. It's not easy, that. But yeah, Chris Lamont, very laid back, isn't he, Scott? He's a cool customer.
Yeah, he is, and I've known him for a long time, and he's, like I say, away from the board, he is quite a funny, colourful character. But when you look at him on the board, he looks very plain and very
serious.
Very serious about what he's doing. And but I know off the board, I'm friends with Richard Veenstra, who's one of his best friends, and
58.
He has a real comical side to him, which is, I think, is a big part up in the makeup of the character, him as a dart player.
Yeah, and I think a lot of bet players would sort of benefit from his outlook. He didn't get overly concerned about
97
the start he made yesterday, and he just waits for the form to arrive.
And I think even then, when Abby said to him, you're one of the best players in the world without a tour card, he was like, am I? I kind of could be, I suppose. Well, number 2, I suppose I am.
Yeah.
He has to, it's nothing that's run through his head before, and he never gets ahead of himself. And that's what I like about him.
Yeah, good mentality towards the game, and especially towards this format. You have to water off a duck's back and that, and just crack on.
61.
He's just an all-round good person, and it's nice to see good people doing well, mate. That's how I feel about it.
Absolutely. All the power to him.
131.
Enjoy having me here at the Super Series. You love the style of his play. It's very much a no-nonsense, just gets on with it and provides us with plenty of entertainment. I think we both share that
60. And you
Thought
require
process of we
117.
like to see people doing well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Game shot on the first leg. Andy Jenkins.
Andy
Jenks is back.
He pops another one at 17. I think he popped to 117 yesterday.
He did.
Second leg is Robin to throw first. Game on.
Maybe his favourite shot out of the week this week could be.
$57. $41.
Yeah, he hit that 117 against Johan. Match number 4 yesterday. Still didn't prevent him from
54.
losing the match. 4-3.
Must be Johan thinks he had a 138 against
96.
Johan earlier as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Poor Johan being on the end of his 10 plus shots, but Johan was winning, so I don't suppose he'll mind.
140. $60.
These two had a cracking game
100.
yesterday. It was the opening match of the session. Jenks had a 96.67 and Robin had a 95.07 with a couple
Robin,
of
you
180s
require
in there as well. There was
150.
4 180s in the match, 2 apiece.
$60.
That was a good.
Well, if you want to join us on Saturday, we had a
140.
cracking night here on
Robin, you require
last
90.
Saturday night. The ticketing or the booking system is now being resolved. If you do have a device that allows you to scan the codes, that will take
42,
you to the landing
and you
page
require
on
66.
www.dartshop.tv where you can book your ticket for just £2. It's just a booking fee. There's no charge for the ticket itself. Doors open here on London Road
34.
in Portsmouth at
Robin,
6:30.
you
Play
require
gets underway
48.
at 7:30. We'd love to see you down here.
$30.
Baker goes wrong
And
bed
he
there.
requires
Even
32.
Jenkins a stab at this 32. He's getting closer. He's getting closer.
16.
And he's closer to the inside with that
Robin, you
last one.
require 18.
So frustrating when you create the opportunity and then
Game shot on the second leg.
or are given an
Robin
opportunity
Baker.
and you can't take advantage. And Robin steps in and says, well, thank you very much.
Third leg is Andy to throw first. Game on. $46.
That's been the story of Andy's day. He's been struggling.
100.
Yeah, a bit of head scratching for Andy overnight, I think.
Well, that's what he was saying to me when I spoke to him after the session
83.
yesterday. He just can't work out why it's going so wrong in the middle sessions of the day. Started and finished well yesterday. Started well
180.
today.
125. Check 140. $140. Robin, you require 81.
He's chased the treble, paid the price.
Big 12 is always the option there.
53, and you require 107.
In the long course matches, you don't sort of mind people taking more of an aggressive
Game shot on the
approach.
third leg. Andy
But
Jenkins.
he's added to the 117 with a 107 checkout for a 15
Fourth leg is
dart
Robin to throw
hold.
first.
Yeah,
Game
but in
on.
these short course races, when your opponent's on a very doable finish like that, just give yourself the opportunity of a dart at the ball. Just make sure of the 12.
46.
You cannot win the leg unless you have a shot at something to win it. One of those that
137.
if you're sort of level and you're on 82, I would always go treble 14 and try and make sure of the 14 so that I can get a dart at the 18 to get a dart at the bullseye. A lot of players
96.
still chase that bullseye, and
Yep.
it's just ball management is not. That's not the way for me.
No, I agree.
97.
Certain areas of the game in terms of counting has without doubt moved on. However, giving yourself every opportunity
139.
hasn't changed.
I haven't known anybody
97.
win a leg that can't get a dart at something to win it. You have to get a dart at something.
60. And you require
I wonder how many
170.
players actually practice the bullseye.
Yeah.
100.
Comes into the game.
Robin,
it's
you
so
require 160.
prevalent. You know, if you can be 1 out of 3 on the bullseyes, then you
Yeah,
are.
a big part of my practice routine is doing the 121 to the 170, which incorporates a lot of use of the bullseye, and I think that's a huge
64.
advantage.
And you require 70.
And then we'll play first to 10 balls and things like that.
Yeah, those are the games
Game
that
shot on
make
the
it
fourth
happen
leg.
in practice.
Andy
Yeah,
Jenkins.
we do that now and again. Local league, 50p in the pot. Who gets to 10 first?
Fifth leg is Andy to throw first.
Might be
Game
able to buy
on.
half a shandy at the end. But yes, that's the way to practice those bullseye shots.
96. $100. $40.
So Jenkins just in front here.
$60. $42.
So Vega has just turned the throw, and with these,
140.
he's enhanced his chance even more of winning the leg.
45.
Jenkins goes a little wayward.
$58. $134.
Well, that's just turned
Robin, you require
the tide
143.
a little. Vega on 143. We treble. Oh, he's
127, and you require 144.
tidy counting from Vega.
70. Robin, you require
A
16.
little bit of a pressure asserted by Jenkins, but it's Vega now for
Game shot
double
on the
eight.
fifth leg. Robin Baker.
And he takes the fifth leg with one dart at double eight. I can see this young man's confidence growing.
Sixth leg is Robin to throw first.
As
Game
the
on.
day's gone on. It's a big deflection onto the
81.
ones there, but 81 he'll be Over the moon that he hit a treble to start.
97.
Jenks now picks off the treble 19. Keep Vega under pressure on
58.
his throw.
$46. $140.
Nice fluent throw in there from Vega. I like him when he throws a bit
42.
quicker. When he takes his time with that first one and gets it in the right place. And then he throws a little bit quicker with the next two. He seems to find his range a little bit.
100.
It's like he's trying to hold himself back a little bit from throwing too quick at times.
137. Robin, you require 122.
Big shot there from Andy Jenkins. $105 left to you.
54. $99. Robin, you require 68.
68 here for Vega.
$50.
I like going
And you
68
require
that way.
80.
I like to see players go across the top of the board. Jenks now then, single 20.
24.
And he misses it.
Robin, you require
And
18.
he also misses the 19, so Vega looks to be going to split it. He's gone 6 for double 6. I'm
Game
not
shot
sure
on
he
the
didn't
sixth
aim for a
leg.
10 there,
Robin
but
Vega.
either way, Vega takes us to the last leg.
Seventh and final leg is Andy to throw first.
This will
Game
definitely be
on.
the last leg of Group A, Day 2.
60.
This is a good start from the young man
139.
from Germany.
$135.
Gets a response from Andy Jenkins of 135.
100.
These two guys going at it now. You'll stay there. Stay there.
133.
Should have gone ball on the last dart, but the two darts in the 19s there looked so inviting. I think Jenks went for them,
140.
thinking he could go off of them. Big 140 there.
93. Robin, you require
Vega.
122.
Jenkins responds with a 93. So now nowhere to go.
37.
Big treble
and you
3.
require 80.
Unfortunate for him there. So Jenks a second time he gets to go at the 80s. Hit the 220s now. It's tops for the win.
60.
Not to be.
Robin, you require 85.
A chance goes begging. Andy Jenkins. It will be 20 for Bullseye. It's Bullseye for Vega.
52.
And he's missed it.
And you require
so Jenkins
20.
gets a chance. He opened the day with the first win of the day in Group A.
Game, shot,
And he closes
match,
the day
Andy
with the last win of
Jenkins.
the day in Group A. It's a 4-3 win in the favour of Andy Jenkins. Look at the averages, nothing between them. Look at the percentages on the doubles. 4 from 8 for Jenkins, 3 from 8 for Vega. That concludes our action for today in Group A. Landman leads the group, and we now head up for some more analysis up on the balcony with Avi and Mace.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Scott. So little separating the two players there. But I just want to touch on Bega, because even though he wasn't able to get over the line in that match, it shows a lot about his resilience now that he's able to get back and force a decider from 3-1 down in that match.
Yeah, you know, listen, he's very inexperienced at this level. He's never played up on a stage like that, and you know, in a group of players like this. So. Yeah, you just got to give him time to develop. We've seen it from other younger players we've had here before that have gone on, Gian van Veen being a perfect example, who've gone on to do great things. So, yeah, it's just interesting watching his mannerisms and you know how he's taking it all in.
Yeah, and it's one of the interesting things about the Super Series. We see so many players at different points of their careers, and it's great to see him developing as this week goes on. We can have a little look at the results from the 15 games that have taken place today. Which ones stand out to you? Because for me, that David Davis-Chris Landman one in the third match of the session was really, really crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. And it sort of, well, I thought it was going to set the tone for the day, but then we had that bizarre spell in the middle where, you know, we've seen all those runs of 4-0s. I think we had, what did we have there? 4 in 5 games, yeah. And Andy Jenkins was on the back end of a couple of those. And in fairness to him, he's just about recovered well there and narrowly keeps his hopes alive of possibility of getting to Group B, but it's going to be tough from there. But yeah, it's a strange group. When we discussed the group yesterday morning and how the dynamics would play out in the group, they're either one-sided or very, very close.
Yeah, and for Chris Landman, having lost that opening game of the session, to only drop one leg in his next 4, it just shows the caliber of a player he is, doesn't it?
Yeah, and he's used to playing, of course, at a high level. He's played on the Pro Tour. He's made a final. He's right up there on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. Yeah, he's playing very, very well, and you can see that he doesn't panic. And we were discussing it in comms with Scott that the maturity and the knowledge. You know, we've seen a few players here have a rough result and then not be able to recover. He just gets on with it.
He does indeed. And we talk about Bega and the 2 victories that he managed to get today. They were over incredible opponents as well, Jelle Klaassen and Davis, and 3 fantastic finishes in those matches. Of course, we did mention the 1-2-7 to win his match against Jelle Klaassen, then the 1-1-8 and the 1-20 against Davis. He really is developing and growing all the time. What did you like in particular about his game today?
I like his maturity. I had a chance to have a good conversation with him yesterday just to find out a little bit more about him. Why wasn't he in Q school? You know, what's he been up to? And like most sensible people, he's off getting an education and a plan B. I didn't really think about a plan B, to be honest. I didn't really have a plan A. But yeah, he's just a very, very level-headed, smart young man. And yeah, whatever path he chooses to go down, I'm sure he's going to be successful.
And Andy Jenkins, he often likes to let us know how he's feeling with his facial expressions. I think one thing we can take from today, he doesn't really like taking on Landman, because in his 2 matches this week, he's only had the 3 darts at the outer ring. Chris Landman, we saw him go tops twice, didn't we, today? One of those was against Jenks. This was the other as well, of course, against David Davis. His finishing and his tops hitting in particular has really, really been there for him today.
Yeah, and that was a key moment in the match. That was a big turning point, and yeah, we're seeing it here against Andy Jenkins again. This time on a ton, not on the 99. Yeah, I mean he's an all-round very, very good player. Plays at a nice pace and has a good level and a good A game. And yeah, he's looking like he could be the one to beat here this week.
Yeah, we do label Tuesday as move-in day. We can have a little look at the league standings with one more day, of Group A still to go. Chris Landman has overtaken David Davis at the top. That is on leg difference. Do you see that being the Group A winner?
Yeah, I think so at this stage. And if you do fancy a game, we can get the lights turned back on if you like. Yeah, I think he will potentially run away with it tomorrow. I think he is the best player in the group for me. I think his overall level is better than anybody else's. Been impressed with David Davis today. I mean, you spoke to him and he said he needed to raise his game, and credit to him, he did that today. He played better than he played yesterday, but picked up less points, which is the strange dynamic of this group. I think Van Velzen's just sticking in there well and holding on. At some point, Klaassen's got to get it all right and put it all together, and maybe he does that tomorrow. But for me, the top 2. are looking. Well, I think Lamon will run away with it, and I think Davis will get a spot in Group B.
Yeah, credit to David Davis, because he is showing us that he's got a ceiling far higher than we've seen here at the Super Series previously. As I mentioned, we do still have one more day of Group A action to determine who will be the first player through to finals night. So make sure you come and join us from 9:30 tomorrow morning.